Meeting with the pule being offered by Walter.
Heavenly Father, this is the day that you've made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. We ask your blessings upon this assembly, upon those that are here and those that could not make it here but are present in spirit and in heart. We ask that you would watch over the proceedings here, be with each one of us, make our minds and hearts clear that we might best represent you and those things that we should do for our beneficiaries. Thank you for the day. We ask blessings on those that have come before and those that will follow us. These things we ask in your name. Mahalo ke akua. Amen.
Amen. The meeting of the Hawaiian Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Haleponohi DHHL Kapolei Office 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Commission. Today's date is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. The time is 9:34. Yeah, please call the roll.
Commissioner Awo.
Here.
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanepua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfield is a little bit late. Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Approval of the agenda. Item C3, the update on broadband, will be presented before the approval of Reso 308. Item 3.2 is deferred to the June agenda, which involves a couple of update. Item E1, the Wailuku single-family DEA following the F items. And today's DHHL community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. at Kapolei Middle School, 91-5335 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Hawaii, 96707. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Chair, sorry, could you repeat C2? You're moving it to when?
The C3 is the update. We just presented before the approval of the resolution.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those approved, motion carried. Are there any edits or amendments to the January 16, 17, 2024 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting minutes? Are there any edits or amendments to the January 26, 2024 special meeting minutes? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes as the minutes? Motion. There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, public testimony on agendized items. The individual can either testify now, because we got quite a few people that are going to be testifying on J agenda, or reserve and wait till the item comes on the agenda. The first one, Kanani Beniamina. You want to testify now or at the time of the agenda item is presented? Okay. The next person, Claire Nehu. And Kelly Teruya.
Thank you, Chair Watson, and good morning, Commissioners. Again, Happy New Year, aloha. Thank you for this opportunity for testifying. I'm covering agenda item F5. You take a look at F5. This is regarding the LMD approval of the promissory note rider entry on Pacific Island equipment, which is called Pierce Trucking. Though I do support preference to Native Hawaiians and having them in Kalaeloa industrial area, but I question this proposal only because in last year of 2023 in June, as I was sitting at the former commission along with Naumo, Freitas, Watson, Helm, Michael, Nevis, and Awo, and Russell Kaupu. This was part of the eviction company that this commission had supported during 2023 of June's meeting. Not only this company, but there were three other companies that we supported unanimously for eviction of delinquent of rents. It was Pierce Trucking, Panui, Donahue, and Iwohi Trucking. So I'm just kind of not understanding why this item is here in front of you, requesting for now a promissory delinquent promise to keep up with their delinquent rent for the ROE, because they were canceled. And so how did they come back to the commission of being evicted and now coming back to you to work with their rent agreement? And so in item number page 2B, it also says that should the HH Commission approve conversion of the right of entry, then it will turn into a revocable permit program. I'm not sure where LMD is with to the commission or where we at with the revocable permit program. And so that's another questionable thing. So my question is, what happened to the other three out of the four that was evicted in June 2023? Are they still in business in Kalailoa? From my understanding, they are. Have they been evicted, or have they been also approached to work with the department to work with a delinquent work payment? So I asked the Oahu commissioners, as you oversee Oahu, to ask these questions and to try to see if you can get some answers on this F5 on this. And since I'm on Kalailoa, my other question before I leave is that what happens with LMD on the concerns on the right of entry for the Extreme Paintball Company that are still there? This was brought up several times. It was also brought up by Commissioner Awo to follow up. Is there a follow-up on them? Are they still there doing business? Are they paying their rent to the department for our trusts? And so these are the concerns that we move forward in Kalailoa. So this is all I have, but I just wanted to take this opportunity because I know you have a lot, and I just wanted to leave these flyers with you, Mr. Chair, if I may, and announce that the Nanakuli, we are planning the 5th annual Prince Kahil Festival. This is on March 23rd at the beautiful Kalanaanauli Beach Park, with a lot of the schools are going to be involved, Royal Hawaiian Band, the Royal Order of Kamehameha, and we're celebrating this on the 23rd. So I'll just pass out the flyers to Leah. For each commissioner, feel free to let me know if you want to join us. The Lieutenant Governor, a lot of the senators and representatives are has reserved their attendance. So we're fortunate that we can move forward with the community on the Prince and celebrate Prince Kuhio as in March, as many of the homesteads will be celebrating. So thank you for this opportunity. Aloha.
Thank you. Next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to make my testimony on item F4. If you look at the agenda, it does not say Kauai High. It says TMK numbers 3. I don't know how Kauai High is supposed to know that we are on the agenda. And like I've said before, we've had communication problems. Excuse me. Anyway, I am trying to get some communication from, and I thought it was starting to work, but then this agenda came up and it doesn't show Kauai High, but the TMK numbers are in Kauai High. So I'm wondering, and I also asked for beneficiary consultation. We never had anything about that. We don't know anything about why F4 is asking for approval without letting us know, because this place looks like it might affect the residential lessees in this area. And so we'd like to have an opportunity to talk about that. And if the the commissioners here can help us get that kind of communication now and going forward. My request to F4 is please don't approve it until we find out what's going on. And my other one is on G3. I want to thank the staff for coming to Kauai High and talk to us about the Kauai High Regional Plan. But there's a lot of things that I'd like to bring up with the discussion. The staff is coming up next week to talk with us, but it's on the agenda today. And I'd like to talk about the land use because it's talking about the harbor areas being industrial. I mean, it says industrial, it says nothing about the 3 residential leases there. It says nothing about the historical sites, the burial sites, or it just says industrial. There are other really sad issues that I'd like to talk about with staff when they come up. But I want to thank them for when they did come up, they did listen to the community. I wanted to make sure I brought that up with you folks. But please don't approve F4. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions. Okay,
Thank you.
Next testify, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, Chair Kali. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, mahalo. Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I'm on my way there, but I thought it was really important that I ask you to defer taking any type of action today or tomorrow on Agenda C4, the PIG report on Act 279. The reason I'm asking for your consideration and in deferring this action item or deferring this workshop and then action item is that the worksheets that you receive is deceitful. The presentation that was given to the community and to the commissioners is deceitful. It doesn't acknowledge and show that the chairman had, without commission approval, over $144,000 redirected without taking commission approval. He deviated from the strategic plan on his own, and I never ever recall, ever since he's been on board, where he's asked the commissioners to reconsider the strategic plan and ask for their approval to deviate over $100,000. In addition, I feel that you should not add fiscal year 2025 classified as Act 279. It is fiscal year 25 LDD, Land Development Division projects. Act 279 only afforded us the $600 million. There is many confusion when you see another column that says fiscal year 2025, as if we have $1.2 billion. We don't have that. I read Act 279 and we were only given 600 million. And so I feel that the PIG needs to clarify and separate these two. It cannot be calling it Act 279. In addition, monies were moved around so much deviation. And in addition to that, the spreadsheet shows that it says lots, total lots created by a project. When you look at the comments section, it says multifamily units, rental, kupuna housing. In Kapolei, there will be Luna Lilo, will be handling a kupuna project, a multifamily rental, a transitional shelter. These things are not lots, they're rentals. And so it's very deceiving when you look at the titles of each column and you believe that you're seeing lots are going to be developed, when in actuality, it's waitlisting rentals, month-to-month rentals. And so I feel that the pig did not, and specifically Commissioner Walter Kaniakua, you were the chairman, and I feel that this report needs to be resubmitted to the commissioners and to the community with these corrections. Mahalo, Keokuapu, God bless all of you.
Next testifier, Kona Juezos. I don't know if I'm saying the last name right.
Sorry,
Apologize.
Morning, Kona Chugos, President of Franciscano Estates. I'm here to testify in favor of G1. We have a grant for $20,000 that I would like to ask the board to approve. Then also I wanted to ask the commission to help us with, we're having problems with collecting our association fees, and would really like the commission to help support us in our endeavor to collect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there any questions or?
No, we're going to present that regarding the grant awards later in the commission meeting.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Consent agenda, Juan Garcia.
Stress again, right? Can you stress again? I haven't bumped any. Okay. But there's this grant that
Morning, Chair, members of the commission,
Morning.
and all those attending. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And HSD has 11 action items for your approval. D2 is approval of consent to mortgage. D3 is approval of a refinance of a loan from the Hawaiian Homes General Loan Fund. D4 is approval of, or Commission's ratification of approval of loans. D5 is approval of 43 transactions with applications branch for the cancellation of applications for various reasons, including transfers from one island to another. D6 is to certify applications of 18 qualified applicants. D7 is to designate certain individuals as successors and to approve the certification of applications to successorship rights of the qualified successors. D8 is to approve 5 assignment of leases. D9 is to approve 6 amendment of leases. D10 is to approve 26 issuance of non-exclusive licenses. And D11 is requesting the commission's approval to extend the deadline for successor Marcy Lima to execute the successorship of lease document. And finally, D12 is your approval for the surrender of lease number 6625, lot 69 in Waihole Valley subdivision for lessee Charles Ka'ai'ai.
Any questions on any of those items? Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, just a quick question on item, and by the way, thank you, on item D12, the Waihole, were we able to cut the trees so that the neighbors are okay, or what's the status on that?
And that's the reason for requesting your approval so that the department can take possession of the property and go ahead and make necessary arrangements for the trees to be properly cut down. The lessee attempted to do so, but was unable to do so.
Okay, mahalo.
Okay. Any other questions? do not entertain a motion to approve consent agenda. Do we have a motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Thank you, Awan. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C1, approval of lease awards, Ilani Mai Kekai subdivision phase 2, residential vacant lots on all of Kauai, Waianae Valley subdivision residential vacant lots in Waianae, Guam. Paula?
Aloha Chair, Commissioners requesting 99-year lease for lots in Pi'ilani Mai Kekai and Waianae Valley.
Are there any questions on this? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So move. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Paula.
Mahalo.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is C3 for information only, the National Telecommunication and Information Administration Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program Update. Keith Adams? Right.
All right, good morning, Chair, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Keith Adams. I work with Jaren Tengan in the broadband program. I'd like to give you guys a update on the broadband program, specifically the TBCP1 and TBCP2 projects. So yeah, once we get the stuff up, then I can go ahead. Okay, so yeah, first, well, so Jaren is away on military leave, so I'll be giving the presentation today. First, I wanted to thank everyone who supported us, our FPO, Nick Courtney, our state partners, Garrett Yoshimi, and the rest of the UH folks, as well as Chung Chang at DBET, our county partners, and everyone at DHHL. Hey, Michael, can we go to the other presentation that I sent you, please? Okay, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Okay, yeah, so the agenda for today is just to update on the projects relating to TBCP1 and introduce the projects that we have proposed in TBCP2. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so this is a slide that I'm sure Jaren has shown you in prior presentations. The only difference here is that we have changed the name for our computers project from charter schools to computers for community anchor institutions. I'll get into the details regarding this in a couple of slides. Next slide. Okay, so our timeline remains the same. Funding for TBCP1 ends in 2026. So we're working very hard to get that get all the projects underway. As mentioned in the previous slide, we are working to expand the scope of our computers project to include community anchor institutions more generally, though Hawaiian-focused charter schools are still a priority. You'll also see that we have remaining funds tied to our infrastructure projects. It is our intention to move these funds into our use and adoption projects. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so here you can see the status of each use and adoption project, and starting from the top left corner. As mentioned before, we are currently rescoping this project to increase its impact. Next, to the right, the broadband mapping project is in its final stages of contract review, and hopefully we'll be getting ready to execute on that in the upcoming weeks. Moving on to the bottom left corner, we are working on the MOA for the Nanakuli Library project with our partners at the State Public Library System. And finally, the telehealth projects are both moving along. The maternal telehealth project is up and running at the John A. Burns School of Medicine. And the MOA for the Native Hawaiian telehealth project is being finalized. Next slide, please. Okay, this is good. And the last piece of TBCP1 was this planning and feasibility study. As of December 20th of last year, all terms within the scope of work were satisfied. The information from the study was invaluable to Jaren and I while planning out the deployment of TBCP2. So thank you very much to Hawaiian Tel for the help on that. Next slide. Okay, so yeah, going into TBCP2, as you can see, our proposed funding for each island and funding type is outlined in the following charts. I'd like to address the noticeable funding disparity on the island of Molokai compared to others. The variance can be attributed to two primary factors. First, being the NTIA's overbuilding policy. This policy generally states that funds cannot be used where high-speed broadband infrastructure is already present. And secondly, whether or not there are currently plans for new developments. Notably, Molokai's broadband infrastructure has already undergone a substantial upgrade by Hawaiian Tel in recent years. And we were not able to identify any new developments to utilize TBCP2 funding there. Okay, so as illustrated in the timeline, the final submission date for TBCP2 has been extended to March 22nd, 2024, leading to a corresponding delay in our award timeline. So we're anticipating about a 2-month extension to our total timeline. We're gonna try our best to keep all of our construction dates and everything as quick as possible. But with that in mind, but despite this extension, the NTIA remains committed to expediting the award process for DHHL. And looking ahead, we'll be managing multiple concurrent timelines for each individual project, a topic I'll elaborate on in the next slide. Okay, so this slide shows you the 4 projects that we are proposing and the islands that each project will take place on. We have proposed the 4 following projects. First is extending connectivity to currently underserved DHHL households by linking them to existing middle mile fiber routes, ensuring a minimum service of 1,000 megabytes per second symmetrical. 2, addressing the connectivity challenges of extremely rural DHHL households by implementing low Earth orbit satellite connections that will provide a minimum speed of 100 megabytes per second download and 20 megabytes per second upload. 3, we want to install conduit infrastructure filled with middle mile fiber to support new DHHL homestead communities currently under development. And 4, we want to establish community digital innovation centers designed for digital workforce training and other digital literacy trainings. And I'll speak to the exact places that we're going to be working in upcoming slides. So next slide, please. Okay, so just a little bit more detail about each project. So for connecting existing households to middle mile fiber, the number of households to be connected to middle mile fiber are pending approval by the FCC through their challenge process. Without getting too deep into the weeds, the FCC, with help from our internet service providers, has determined whether or not each household in a given area has high-speed internet access available to them or not. And this is where the terms served or unserved come from. We have challenged a number of these locations determined to be served that we believe otherwise, and are eagerly waiting response from the FCC to determine where TBCP2 funds will be used to connect households. Next slide. Presented here is the count of households earmarked for deployment of low Earth orbit satellite systems. This alternative is considered when a location is assessed as economically unfeasible for fiber deployment. So you can see that a majority of the households here are in Ka'ikinui. So we're hoping that this is a good opportunity to provide these beneficiaries with high-speed internet. Okay, next slide. Okay, listed here are the 6 developments that we will be using TBCP2 funding to build out telecommunications infrastructure to. Also shown is the 1 non-housing development, the Waimea Nui Health Clinic, that we are going to be allocating funding to build out telecommunications infrastructure to. Okay, next slide. And then these are the 4 community anchor institutions that we're going to be using TBCP2 funds to build. We're very fortunate to have gotten to work with everyone at these organizations, and we're extremely excited to get underway to build out these community anchor institutions. Okay, and so the next 2 slides are just our confirmed outreach dates. They're definitely not all of the dates that we have planned, but these are the ones that we have confirmed so far.
Do you have personal support counseling available
So,
on
yeah,
campus, which may
go
speak
ahead.
to Councilman Thomas' question as well. We do.
Okay. And then, yeah, so these are just more of the dates. We're confirming dates for all the other homesteads. It's our intention to visit every homestead, and also where it makes sense to combine smaller homesteads that are close in proximity to each other. Okay, and then next slide. And then up now, available for everyone to check out, is the broadband webpage hosted on the DHHL website. There you can read through our project narrative, our budget narrative. You can view our frequently asked questions document, and hopefully that helps to explain a lot of the kind of issues that people have typically with broadband. It's going to show everyone where our meeting dates are. Currently, we're still working on populating those dates. It'll also show you links to our partner web pages and contact information. And that's it. So if there's any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Pauline.
Oh, Keith, under NOFO 1, community anchor institutions, are you replacing charter schools or are you expanding?
Yes, we're expanding. We're including, it's inclusive of charter schools, but we're just expanding the scope to also include other community support institutions.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure that charter schools were still included.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Keith, for your presentation. I have a question regarding the the start of this project for like Molokai.
Yes.
When do you anticipate people having broadband in those rural areas on like Olehua, for instance? Is this within a year, couple years? What is it? What's your anticipation as far as when this is gonna? And then you mentioned about we have existing carriers like SIC, Hawaiian and Spectrum.
Yes.
So as a beneficiary, if you would like to change to this broadband, is there a restriction on that for certain beneficiaries? And it depends on the geographic area where they live? Is that how you guys gonna determine who qualifies and who doesn't?
Okay, so to your first question, when are we going to start specifically on Molokai? We're hoping to start as soon as we get our funding. Obviously, there's going to be some planning pieces that we're hopefully working out the kinks on now, so that when we get funding, hopefully in May, that we kind of hit the ground running. To your second question, if a subscriber would like to change carriers, is there a restriction? There shouldn't be any restriction for anybody to change carriers as long as the carrier provides service for that location. So I know that in a lot of our homesteads across the state, Spectrum and SIC are the only carriers that you can go with. In some areas, like Ho'olehua, Hawaiian Tel has put out fiber there, so beneficiaries need only to subscribe to their service. There was a second part to that question. Can you repeat that, please, if I didn't answer it?
No, because I'm just wondering, because there's areas on Molokai that doesn't have strong megabytes, you know, I mean.
Yes.
It's very poor regarding the connection for internet. And that was my concern, you know, if broadband is gonna come in, you know, if all beneficiaries is eligible to apply, you know, then that's fine. Yeah, that's what was my question, to make sure that we all have a chance to participate in this program. And then, of course, it's a kind of a no-brainer because it's going to be affordable, right? Is there a monthly fee for this?
Okay, so are all beneficiaries eligible for the use of these funds? We can only, so I elucidated to one of those policies, the overbuild policy, in one of the slides. So that policy dictates that we cannot use TVCP funding in areas that already have high-speed broadband infrastructure. The other policy pertinent to this is that, so that's the overbuild. Let me get back to you on that second policy. All that being said, it's not so much that all beneficiaries aren't or are eligible for the use to benefit from this. It's that where we are constrained where we can use funds by the policies set forth by the FCC. And that's another reason why we're trying to utilize the challenge process to expand the scope of where we can use our monies. But at the end of the day, it's all pending their approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner Nevis?
thanks, Keith, for your presentation. I just have a couple questions on the fiber for Hanapepe. It looks like the RFP is out to Hawaiian Telecom. Hawaiian Telecom will be doing that fiber.
Are you asking, will Hawaiian Telecom be doing for the new development?
Yes.
That's to be seen. We have to put that out for RFP.
Oh, okay, so the RFP we have under your planning feasibility, it says RFP awardee was Hawaiian Tel, so that.
Oh, yeah, so.
What does that mean?
I think that's relating to our planning and feasibility study.
Oh, I see, okay.
And that's what we use to determine what infrastructure is already out there.
Right.
And see where we can fill in the gap, so to speak.
And one of your terms, you mentioned something about a low profile type system. What do you mean by that?
Low Earth orbit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's like Star Wars for us, so I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah,
most of our beneficiaries would feel the same, so.
So Star Wars.
Clarify that.
So it's actually, you can think of, one example of it is Starlink. So Elon Musk's.
Okay, you're getting out in the deep.
Well, okay, basically it's a satellite. It's a satellite internet system, to put it at its most plain.
Okay, all right, very good. One other question is on creating the community anchor institutions. On Kauai, you're using Kukula Kumohana. They really don't have a facility yet. And I know they have some plans. They have a 10-acre parcel and they have plans to do that. But what do we do in the interim for a facility? We use the park area. I think there's a facility there we can meet. So I'm trying to figure out what that connection is and what it means.
Okay, so our plan is, you're speaking to that they don't have a facility.
Yes.
Our plan is to build that facility for them, to use TVCP2 funds to build that facility. In the interim, I don't know exactly where they have the ability to use. Yeah. But it's our plan to utilize TVCP2 funds to build that facility.
Okay, good. Well, we can look for something in the interim. But thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kuleikini?
Yeah, mahalo, Keith. So yeah, I wanted to speak to the community anchor institutions. Is there an opportunity for other community associations to participate in going forward in the future, or are we just confined to these 4 so far?
So when we were identifying associations to partner with, in a sense, we had looked at the regional plans to see who had mentioned plans for building out community anchor institutions. And so we started from there. We connected with as many associations as we could. And our question really was, because of the short time frame that we have, we needed to partner with associations that had plans developed, maybe that were just further along, so that we could kind of get the ball rolling on that. And so that's kind of the way that we identified these. It's not that we only looked at these 4. It's just that they were just more ahead as far as the planning.
So Keith, in the future, if some of these other associations that you folks reviewed who aren't as far along as these, if they get to a point where they do are farther along, could they be reconsidered, or would that be a separate ask for funding? Or
as far as for TVCP2, it might not be possible. So it might be that they need to find a separate source of funding, unfortunately.
Okay, that's helpful. And one last question. So I know East Hawaii District Office has really marginal broadband internet access. Can that division office also be considered for upgrade?
Yeah, we're going to look into all of the options for how to utilize this funding in the best way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just one more question. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just one more question about the anchor institutions. I'd like to get more information on what that means and, you know, building a facility, who's going to be able to use the facility, who has control of that. You know, are we looking at a facility where we have computers where people could come in and use on a regular basis, or how does that work? I'd like to get more information on that if possible.
Do you want that now, or do you want me to provide it?
If you could just provide it to commission so that we all know specifically what's going into these specific anchor institutions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other question? Okay, the next item. Thank you. The resolution. Number 308. The approval at C2, approval of Hawaiian Homes Commission Resolution number 308, a resolution of consent for the National Telecommunication and Information Administration Tribal Connectivity Program.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys would like me to read this whole thing out, or I can. Okay, so resolution number 308, resolution of consent for the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Tribal Connectivity Program. Whereas the U.S. Congress passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act, CAA, in December 2020, authorizing the creation of a connectivity program under the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, and whereas the CAA provided new federal funding to expand access to broadband service on tribal lands, specifically increasing broadband infrastructure to provide high-speed internet to Hawaiian homelands. And whereas Section 905A.8.3 of the CAA identified the Department of Hawaiian Homelands on behalf of the Native Hawaiian community, including Native Hawaiian education programs, as the only applicant. And whereas the CAA set aside no less than $30 million to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and whereas on August 16, 2021, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved resolution number 305, giving its consent to submit an application to the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. And whereas in November 2021, the U.S. Congress passed the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act, IIJA, amending the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program to include an additional $60 million set aside to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And whereas in December 2022, the NTIA awarded to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands $17,284,762.85 under the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program's first notice of funding opportunity. And whereas the balance of the $30 million set aside from the CAA together with the $60 million set aside under the IIJA totals $72,715,237 is available to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands under the second notice of funding opportunity that was published on or about July 27, 2023. Whereas the Department of Hawaiian Homelands recently submitted an application in response to the second notice of funding opportunity. Now therefore be it resolved, the undersigned duly recognized as the chairman and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on this 20th day of February 2024, affirms its consent for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to apply for additional funds under the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Adopted this 20th day of February 2024, at Halepono'i, Kapolei, Hawaii, by the Hawaiian Home Commission in regular meeting assembled.
Any questions? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, everybody.
Good job.
Okay, the next agenda item, F1, approval of amendment to right of entry number 687, Energy Renewables USA LLC, Hawaiian Island, Kim.
Aloha, good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, acting general professional with Land Management Division. Item number F1. LMD seeking approval of amendment to right of entry number 687, issued to Energex Renewable USA LLC in Kalailo Island, while TMK numbers 9-1, 013, 038, and 040.
You wanna just give a quick
Okay,
summary?
the recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant the following. Number one is to approve to add 3 additional one-year extensions to the right of entry subject to the payment of $75,000 in advance for each request for the one-year extension. Approved to amend the agreed upon form of lease. A term sheet on the appended form of lease is attached below. And 3, consent to the assignment of right of entry 687 from Energex Renewable USA LLC to Barbers Point Solar LLC, a wholly owned affiliate, which is the special purpose company established for developing and holding assets for this project.
Any questions? Commissioner Kaliakini?
Yeah, mahalo kahana. So this was a result of the department going out for the request for renewable energy
Correct.
development.
Yes.
On our lands.
Yes.
So these lands are not suitable for.
Correct. It was deemed not suitable for
Homes.
homesteading. It was deemed for industry, yeah.
So I'm familiar with what they're saying with the supply chain and the COVID impact. So it sounds like they did not get a contract with Hawaiian Electric. So they want more time to participate in future requests for proposals?
Yeah, so with me today, I also have Jody Alioni from Energex. You can answer the more technical questions on the project.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to discuss. Also online, I have Ed Maddox from our headquarters in San Diego, in case we have questions that are over my head. We were originally awarded a power purchase agreement with HECO, and we did everything related to that, including the interconnection agreement, and then everything got delayed by COVID. And several developers, including us in the solar industries, were hit really hard with the increases in prices and the lack of availability of the panels. So everything was delayed by about 2 years. And as the prices changed, everything got radically adjusted in the business. So we had to go back to HECO and say, we either have to adjust the price or we have to rebid. And they told all of us to basically rebid. And we didn't have an opportunity to rebid. We did have one opportunity, but we needed to have secured the right of entry for the additional time to build the project. And HECO requires site control, and we didn't have it, so we were unable to bid the last time. But we are now fully prepared and hoping that we can get the extension and bid the next opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay, any other questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number F2.
Go ahead.
LMD seeking the approval of issuance of license as easement to City and County of Honolulu Board of Water Supply in Heia, Kaneohe, Oahu Island, TMK listed there. recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue an exclusive license as easement to the city and county of Honolulu-based Board of Water Supply for approximately 0.192 acres of Hawaiian homelands over the subject TMK, a portion over the subject TMK, for the purpose of documenting an encroachment that existed prior to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands receiving the land. This authorization of issuance of an exclusive license as easement to licensee covering the subject area subject to the conditions following under A, B, C, all the way to J, A through J. And online, we have Mike Matsuo with Board of Water Supply, if anybody has any questions in regards to this easement.
You want to say anything, Mike?
Just that, good morning, Chairman and Commission members. Again, my name is Mike Matsu. I'm the land administrator for the Board of Water Supply. Thank you for hearing our request for a license easement from your department for the encroachment of our Haiku Wells chlorinator building and emergency generator into the parcel at Haiku Valley. As Kahana stated, it was built prior to the acquisition of the property by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And we've been trying to get this cleared up for a while. So thank you for your consideration today. Mahalo.
Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
All commissioners.
Mahalo.
Item number F3, LMD is seeking the approval of the issuance of license agreement to Hawaii Island Radio Corporation, located in Humu'ula Island, Hawaii, for a portion of 2 TMKs, 38001, 007, and 015. Recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval for the issuance of a non-exclusive license agreement to Hawaii Island Radio Corporation, Hawaii Domestic Profit Corporation, to utilize the existing radio transmission facility, hereinafter improvement, located on that parcel of Hawaiian homeland in Humu'ula, identified as above, containing an area of 130 square feet, together with a 30-foot wide non-exclusive road easement covering 2.7 acres of land. Attached here to, under the easement are phrased 2 FM radio stations licensed to broadcast from KL, Hawaii. I also have our land agent, Brigida, if anybody has any questions regarding this submittal.
I got a question. Which radio stations are these?
Speaking to the mic, please.
May I answer that question, guys? My name is William. Sorry, my dentist overbooked, so I'm sitting in my dentist's office right now. So I apologize for the informality of this.
That's dedication.
So the radio stations in question are KBGX and KKOA. So those have been broadcasting at that site for a little over 20 years now. I've worked with these radio stations since 2005 in multiple roles, and currently founded Hawaii Island Radio Corporation late last year and purchased these radio stations to run myself.
Thank you.
You guys play Hawaiian music?
Great question. So currently, KBGX is broadcasting. Long story short is KKOA will be broadcasting new Hawaii artists effective Monday, actually.
Right. Okay, any other questions? If not, entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good luck on your dentist.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Item number 4, LMD seeking the approval of issuance of license agreement to Helco and Hawaiian Telecom in Pu'ukapu, Kamoku, Waikaloa, Waialeale, and Kapulena Island of Hawaii over a portion of TMKs as listed in the submittal. The recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant approval to the issuance of a non-exclusive, non-benefit license agreement to Hawaii Helco, a Hawaii Domestic Profit Corporation, and Hawaiian Telecom, a Hawaii Domestic Profit Corporation, to utilize their existing easements for electrical power and communication facilities located on that certain parcels of Hawaiian homelands in Pukapu, Kamoku, Waikaloa, Waialeale, and Kapulena, Island of Hawaii, identified as a portion of the TMKs as listed, which covers a total of approximately 13.2 acres of land, and incorporated herein by reference of the easement areas listed there.
Okay, any questions? Yep.
This also work in conjunction or supplements the tribal broadband plan that we have moving forward in those particular areas, like Ipuakapu.
That's a good question. It does. It doesn't.
It's building more options for our beneficiaries, basically, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an existing easement already. Okay. So it's just documenting, renewing the document. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? If not, do you have a motion?
So move.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
See, item number 5, LMD is seeking the approval of a promissory note, right of entry number 616, issued to Pacific Island Equipment Rental Incorporated, or also known as PIER, on Kalailo, Island of Oahu, over TMK number 191013, portion of parcel 27. The recommended motion that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant approval to the following items as listed under 1 and 2 under the submittal. If there are any questions, I have our land agent, Kalei Young, to answer any questions regarding this submittal.
Yeah, Kalei, why don't you come up? Sure. Oh. There you go. I guess there's some questions by one of the witnesses regarding why are we doing this now?
Yeah, I just, at the time that we asked for to terminate and evict, I don't think the Hawaiian Homes Commission realized that these are homesteaders, and what I didn't realize was that there's a whole long list of hospitalization due to an illness. So I actually asked the family to come here today, so if you don't mind.
You can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I mean, they can tell the details, but I guess he was in 6 months in the hospital with heart conditions. It's the first time I've seen him in a while. Looks like he lost a considerable amount of weight. And again, I was just, just my heart was like, oh, if you're a homesteader, I thought maybe it would be best if we could work out something where we get a promissory note, personal guarantee, and then allow him to stay on, and his son can take over the business.
Well, the health issue, that's one reason, but what's the capacity or the viability of them successfully running, paying the rent, including the delinquency? What's that like based on your assessment of their existing business?
Well, they had some long list of government contracts where they still needed to get paid, but
yeah, maybe you guys should come up.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
My name is John Kionora Griffin Senior. I've been a homesteader for over 20 years. I've been here at Kalailo since 04. I built everything that we have there on my own money and put everything together. We didn't have anything back then. Now we get electricity, water, we got everything set up. And it just caught me off guard. For the last 10 years, I've been trying to get in a meeting with Hawaiian Homes. Because I was wondering why the water bill went up so high. I used to pay $90 to $120. Well, then now it's coming to like $1,900, $2,200, $2,300 a month. And this has been going on for like 10 years. So I called water supply and I called the department, and they both had different price ranges. So what I did was I took it on my own to put in my own water meter. Excuse me. Put in my own water meter, and I got that, and I got it approved by both water supply and NAFAC. But it just came to a point where I couldn't afford it already. It was pretty much high, almost the same height as my rent. And when I first started here, my rent was only 800, which I was grateful. But now the thing went up, and I understand. Everything on the prices will go up. I understand that. But in this situation now, I have been in business there 26 years. I've done all city and state work. I've done work for Hawaiian Homes. I did all the fencing down Nanokuli. I did Papukulea. I did all that up there. So I've done work with the department. So I just was trying to reach out and trying to see what can I do if I can make money payments. And I know you guys worried about me paying. I will pay. I've never stepped out on anybody for not paying. I always pay my debt. So right now I got on my books, I got about 1.6 million in retention. And this is going to 5 years. I've never did wait this long for my 10%. So I got like 1.6 million, and that's going on 5 years. I did bus pads, I did schools, all kinds, and I'm just waiting to get my money. And I'm not gonna get paid yet. And I get 3 other projects I started already. And I'm still doing work with the Department of Education. So I have a lot of work. And I'm also working with Kale and trying to get into this new company that's trying to put in the new water line system in Kalailo. So I gave them a price. They looked at it. They said, looks pretty good. They want to see how we can get this thing moving. So, as far as for future, money-wise, on the books, I get that retention, and I get about over $4 million that I have contracts. That's a word I'm just waiting to start the project. But I cannot start the project until I get the rest of the monies to come in. Because you gotta get money to start the project. That's where I'm at right now.
What kind of equipment do you have?
Excuse me?
What kind of equipment do you have?
I do a lot of groundwork. Right. So I get excavators, I get loaders, I get backhoes, I get bobcats. I get pretty much every type of machine that you can get. Right now in my yard, I get like maybe 20 pieces of machine. I get semis, I get dump trucks, I get everything.
You own the equipment free of any
I own
debt?
it outright.
Outright.
All right, yes. That's what I did. When I started the company, I didn't have anything, so I met any loans for that. But I paid off for a loan. So the only thing loan I get right now is with OHA. And OHA will help me plan it. OHA did really. They really did help me about 5 years ago. They gave me a loan for $1 million. OHA. And I'm one of the clients pay every month. How much people don't pay or planning people don't pay? They don't pay back. That's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Planning, you go, but you get meetings and you go and you look at the people. Everybody get their own story. I get your own story. Everybody has a story, but you know,
Yeah.
I don't run from money.
Do you have a bonding capacity?
I have a bond, yes. Yes, I got 10 million ag and I get 5 million per project. So 10 million my whole project and then 5 million per job I can do, up to 5 million.
The equipment that you have, is that owned by you personally or your company, or how does that work?
Our company,
The whole company is owned by you personally?
yes,
So with this personal guarantee, kind of,
it's me.
that's you?
Yeah.
So you have all these assets?
Yeah, I do personal guarantee on everything. All my vendors, all the guys I deal with, the bonding company, everybody, I personally guarantee everybody. So far so good, 25 years I've been doing them and never had a problem.
So your payment that's laid out as Exhibit A, you have
Yeah.
about 3,300 a month. You can handle that.
I was doing 5,000. I was doing 5,000 a month, but I was waiting for this last two payments, never come in. So I'm hoping in about 2 more weeks I get the check. I'm supposed to get a check for 75,000 coming. 75,000 I can catch up planning. You know? For me, it's not about, I like to try and pay and get everything out of the way. You know what I mean? I don't like to hold things over my head. That's not my style. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Any other questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Neves?
Yeah, it's been asked that we go into executive session to consult with the AG on this matter.
Is there a motion?
That's
So
a
moved.
motion.
Okay, let's move in a second. We're gonna go into executive session, so at this time, can we clear the room so that we can consult with our attorney?
Okay.
And we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you. discuss its powers, duties, and liabilities related to item F5. Okay, let's see. With respect to action F5, do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, so we have public testimony.
Oh, we have some testimony. Okay. Patty Kiruya.
F5, public testimony.
Okay. Aloha, Patty Turia. Earlier I spoke on F5 and the consistency of the commission on the ROE permit for Pierce Trucking on F5. My concerns were brought up that last year, 2023, of evicting 4 of the tenants there, and to get preference and treatment to this new right of entry promissory is concerning. And so just wanted to bring that attention to the commission on that, and if there's any other status or updates on the other 3 tenants that were evicted during June 2023. And I just wanted to make a comment to LMD Calais. And your comment during your presentation was because they are Native Hawaiians and Hawaiian homestead. The other clients that were evicted are also Native Hawaiians, and one of them are on the wait list. So to make that kind of statement and to think that we are going to have preference treatment on because there are Native Hawaiians in Hawaiian homestead, it just doesn't balance out. I think this commission has to be consistent in your decision in allowing the other 3 tenants to be able to catch up their delinquent, what you call rental, and be able to come to the commission for some kind of assistance. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Jermaine Myers.
Hello, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I mirror and I reflect on what Patty stated. I also echo those sentiments as well. I've been keeping track of the revocable permits back in the day when it was 2013, when the newspapers, I think the department should give all the commissioners all the write-ups by Ron Perez, Star Advertiser, et cetera, regarding the discrepancies of the revocable permit program. And that's why Governor Abercrombie said, let's make it a right of entry and to try to fix the problems. This is reverting back to the same problems. There was favoritism, there was no enforcement, and my concern is that, and I'm sorry, with all due respect, when you're creating this kinds of special interest and special treatment, the staff can now go and make underhanded kinds of arrangements and take it outside of the commission. Because this is what you're basically doing. The commission made a decision to terminate, but then LMD didn't terminate with Hawaii paintball, extreme paintball. And that's still, the chairman has still not put it on the agenda for addressing or said that an investigation is being done. That's the kind of problems that we're having. And so you're gonna get sued, and that's gonna be our trust funds, but also where's the fairness? Linda Chin had enumerated all the reasons why that Star Advertiser, Ron Perez, and et cetera, stated about the revocable permit, the unfairness, the lack of enforcement, et cetera. And you're basically going right back and doing that again. And so I don't want to repeat what she stated, but I want you to take into consideration that Native Hawaiian that got terminated was a wife that lost, a Native Hawaiian woman who lost her husband. He passed away. There was no mercy. She was also delinquent. How come there was no promissory note for her? And she was a Native Hawaiian and on a wait lister. and family on wait lists. So I just wanted to share those sentiments. Kia kopu, God bless all of you.
Okay. Oh, one more. Kapua? Liko Kamai.
Mahalo. O bao ka pua ke li ikoa ka mai. Ka aina ho o pula pula ka awa wa wainai. Mai au. I echo the previous two speakers. We do not want to create a new process that sets us further back, that separates the waitlist beneficiaries from receiving a loan, a lease to which they've waited decades for. We shouldn't be treated like just because you're giving us an opportunity to be housed in a rental that we should be happy and satisfied. That should not be the sentiment of the commission. The commission is there, in my opinion, I think it speaks itself, to serve the beneficiaries. First and foremost, to give them their lease to a single family dwelling. At the same time, I support providing some rentals, but not to go excessive to where the lessees that wait for that single family lease are now bypassed because we've got all these rentals that are going to non-beneficiaries because our funding went the wrong way. The funding needs to stay towards leases of single family. Mahalo nui.
That was the last public testimony. Okay, Chair will entertain the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Yeah, what do we do? We do the motion is to approve this
You want me to read the
promissory
motion?
note, but so we're taking a vote on it. So, go ahead.
Commissioner Wall. Commissioner Freitas.
No.
Commissioner Helm. No. Commissioner Kalekini. Commissioner Kaniapua.
No.
Commissioner Marfil. Commissioner Namu'o. No. Commissioner Nevis.
No.
Chair Watson.
No.
9 no's, motion failed.
Okay, the motion has been denied, so I guess legal as well as staff have their marching orders. Okay, thank you. Next
Thank
item.
you, commissioners, thank you.
E1. Okay, the next agenda item, E1, for information only, the anticipated finding of no significant impact determination and draft environmental assessment for the Wailuku single-family residential subdivision project, Waikapu and Wailuku, District of Wailuku, Maui Island, Hawaii, PMK. Neil Nugent?
Neil Nugent, Land Development Division, Engineer. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. It's our pleasure to bring to you item E1. We have a consultant on the line who can begin our presentation.
We're doing E1.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Darren Okimoto from Dowling Company, and we're the developer for this latest DHL residential project on Maui, the Wailuku Single Family Residential Homestead Project. I'm here with Kavika McKeague of G70, who's our planner. Last time our office was in front of the commission was for DHL Ku'uhona Homestead Residential Project, which is currently in construction, and we're excited to be back and working with DHL on another homestead that will get 204 beneficiaries off the Maui residential waitlist and get their families into their homes and back onto their lots. I'll pass it over to Kavika and we can answer any questions from the commission after the presentation. Thank you.
So aloha mai kako, Kavika McKay. I think having a little technical difficulty getting my video access, so I'm asking the host to let me in. Okay, there I am. Hello, mai. And you can go ahead and start the PowerPoint too, please. I also have a copy of the PowerPoint if it's easier for me to launch from my side. Just let me know. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So again, yeah, aloha mai kako to Chair Watson and fellow commissioners. Again, on behalf of the project team, we're really excited to provide this succinct presentation today as we move forward through the 343 EA process. So the title of the project for now is called the Wailuku Single Family Residential Homestead Project. Of course, we will want to work with the department as well as with beneficiaries to find an appropriate name for the project as we move forward, but that's how we're moving forward at this time. We do anticipate, with this presentation, we can move towards an anticipated finding of no significant impact, determination, which will formally start the 343 review process at the next available publication date. Next slide. So the project itself, if you're, and actually, if you don't mind, let's go to the next slide. That actually be a better one too. There you go. So the Wailuku Single Family Residential Homestead Project is about 77 acres, mauka of what is now known as the DHHL Pu'uhona Homestead Project, but what was formerly known as the Pu'unani Project area. And for point of reference, we have Honopi'ilani to the east, if you will, and the extension of Kuikahi up there to the north side is the access, and then between the two properties, there's what's referenced as an Old County Road or Old Waikapu Road. So those would be the two main points of entry into the property. Of course, for sake of orientation, we are adjacent to the Waiolani Mauka subdivision and the Waikapu Gardens to the south of the project area. And then, of course, to the north, we have the Kealani Village Center, as well as the myriad of other amenities, public facilities that help to define the area between Wai'ehu and Waikapu. Next slide, please. So the plan was specifically targeted and prepared by DDC2 in response to two things. One, there was a preferred residential homestead area indicator in an SMS study for Central Maui, and that as such, the property type preference, we're looking to provide really two alternatives that will be based upon, I guess, the beneficiaries who would qualify, both the turnkey option of 173 lots and vacant improved lots, which would, right now we're identifying about 31 lots, excuse me. Next slide. So as I mentioned, 204 residential lots on 77 acres. DDC2 is actually offering up 5 model types that range from 2 to 5 bedrooms and about 1 to 3 bathrooms per, ranging in size from 764 square feet to 1,676 square feet of living area. The improvements that would come along with the project itself are very, quite common to this commission. Would include a system network of internal roadways, access ways, sidewalks, necessary grading, provision of stormwater drainage detention and other necessary utilities to and from the site, as well as ensuring the frontage improvements along Kuikahi and a detention basin, like I mentioned, for stormwater. And then about 3.1 acres we've identified as open space / park space, which at this point in time, we would probably work with the department as well as the county to figure out how best to utilize that area. Next slide. So this kind of gives you an overall layout. So the previous aerial kind of showed it looking from the south to the north. This kind of looks from, top being more the western side, and then Honopi'ilani, for point of reference, is down to the bottom of the screen or to your eastern side. The first 131 lots would be to the right of the page here, with this necessary culvert in the middle of this green space that kind of forms an L. in between, and the next series of lots to the left of that. The park space, which I just mentioned, would be to that sort of linear park that where the dot is right now. Thank you very much, whoever is doing the control. As I mentioned, Kuikahi Drive would be extended up and into the property as the primary point of access of the four-way interchange with Honopi'ilani. And then a secondary point of access would be the old Waikapu Road that's marked as unpaved right now into the property. If you see here, and I apologize to the controller of the mouse, on the second parcel, there's an extension of looks like a fire. Well, what it is it's a fire evacuation route that comes off of the roadway on the interior network. More to your right, and down and down. There, stop. There you go. Perfect. That shows the evacuation route within that particular area of the subdivision to provide more immediate access in case of fire, which of course we know on everyone's minds and hearts is still something we're be very prevalent and mindful of for this county and for our entire state. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the features of design and kudos really to our client for having the foresight and ingenuity to think about the what is the lifestyle of our Kanaka, what is our lifestyle of our homesteaders, and to provide again different options. So again, all two-story models would have a bedroom on the ground floor. Primarily, if you think about that, that's for the fact we're mostly of our families are intergenerational. So we have our kupuna that live with us, or those maybe with special needs. So actually having a bedroom on ground floor is very vital. Of course, some of the amenities, which are not really amenities, but are nice add-ons to have in terms of enclosed garage system, which a lot of us know the garage is kind of like another room, where the lanai is for most of our Kanaka to socialize and gather. It's the place we interface with in our community, as well as providing, the best that we can in terms of energy efficiency, water efficiency, to make the house not just, modern, but also sustainable in all of its provisions. Next slide. And the next series of slides, we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but again, to just kind of honor the work that was done by DDC2 in terms of, looking at model types and having these actually already vetted with Maui County. So this gives you the first model here with 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,230 square feet total, with garage and covered entry, single story. Next slide. Then we move, okay, so this is another single story, our Lima model here of 1784, a little bit bigger square footage. So, please, you can continue to maybe alternate every 5 to 7 seconds here, just to show the different models. Next slide, please. Now we're starting to look at our 2-bedroom model. The Mokihana is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, total living area of 1,604 square feet. The first and second floor with added amenities. Our Lehua is 2,153. And our next model, I believe, might be our last one here, with Lokelani being 2,212 square foot total, 1,676 living area. So again, these are to provide a wonderful opportunities for families to kind of grow into their capacity and capabilities here. And then, as mentioned, we also have the vacant improved lots, which could be another alternative for our homesteaders to access and see a future for them in this community. Now switching to the less than terms of the awesome graphics and picture, we get into now more the 343 consultation. So a couple of months ago, we started our early consultation, which is a requirement under 343. We notified 77 different agencies, organizations, individuals, elected officials, and other community participants, of which during early consultation, we received, I believe it was 12 comment letters, of which I believe maybe only a lot of them were standard or no comment, of which maybe 3 or 4 were of what I call substance, primarily cueing us on things being mindful of in terms of resources on site, or making sure we identify resources on site, as well as looking at issues that are typical of any development, impacts to local community, traffic, utilities, so on and so forth. You can go to the next slide, which also just kind of furthers the listing here of what we've done thus far. So this list would be also the group that we'd be consulting via the 343 notification of availability for the draft EA, seeking input and commentary. I should also say that Darren and his team have also engaged more one-on-one with different homestead associations, seeking their mana'o on the project and the opportunities therein. And so we've kind of fostered and brought a lot of that EK into the preparation of the draft EA. Next slide. And really at a high level, again, what the draft EA will present in full. I just want to give you a high level, summary. So we did do a biological study of which I believe we identified 20 species. Primarily, the ground cover is mostly guinea grass and koahale, which is not surprising. No native flora actually found on site, which was a little bit surprising to me. Usually we have like one pocket of Ilima ground cover or something that's thriving. So here, unfortunately, we don't have any native flora, which could be an opportunity relative to the community park or that garden space, open space to bring some of those things back. We also do have a prevalent invasive noxious species, which has been identified by the USDOA, which is a Madagascar fireweed, which is prevalent on the site. So again, from a certain point of view, improvements to this project will also address some of the bioremediation that we think would be beneficial. There is one identified, well, during the study, the habitat that we are in is known to be habitat for Ope'opea, and that Ope'opea was seen, flying through or detected within the project area. So of course, there are specific standards of mitigation, both with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well as DLNR, which we'll have to address, primarily related to how and when we access the site, making sure we check to make sure there's no pups, there's no, we're not impacting the time and season that the Ope'opea are looking to create their young, and making sure that we do our best to not impact, injure, or affect that species. Moving on really quickly to archaeological inventory survey. I'm sorry, if you can go back to the previous slide, my apologies. On the archaeology, really quickly here, primarily an AIS that was done for the much broader area of like 215 acres. So our 77 acres was contained in that AIS, and primarily we have 4 historic sites related to the historic period of the area being used for plantation agriculture. So we have the Waihe Ditch, another unnamed ditch, and then soil erosion berm features, and the old Waikapu Road itself is identified as a site. SHPE has already accepted the AIS in this particular case for the fuller scope of the 200+ acres, with a no historic properties affected determination and no specific identified archaeological mitigation recommended from SHPE itself. However, through our consultation through the cultural impact assessment, which our consultant interviewed 23 interviewees, some interesting things came up from there. How do we create a sense of pilina to place? How do we create and invoke a sense of ancestral memory to place? So, things like appropriate place names, street names, project names were things that came to the top. And from that consultation, even though there's no identified resources specifically to things like traditional cultural features or specifically Iwi Kupuna Wahi Kapu on the property, THHL, as well as the applicant here, is elected to conduct archaeological monitoring on a volunteer basis to ensure that there are no unknowns that that the project could have an impact upon, is my point. Next slide. And then really, again, the high emphasis for traffic impact. When our traffic engineer looked at the project, the area with project and without project, the project contributions are not negligible, but I mean, they're comparatively minor, if you will, in terms of the trip generation. Again, if you're familiar, right, we look at things like level of service of existing intersections and whatnot. The high level summary here for the traffic study right now is more prudent and more important to this area for the longevity, whether the project were to be built or not, is the proposed extensions of Waiale, and I'm trying to blank now the other road extension. It's in my notes, but the two plan extensions would be more critical to help mitigate the traffic related to the surrounding development. In terms of engineering, with the existing plans already in motion for Pu'uhona itself, understanding the network of water connections and handling of wastewater, on-site drainage, this would be a continuation extension of those things in terms of water connection, water availability, looking at how we would move our projected gallons per day of generated sewers, et cetera. At a high level right now, there seems to be sufficiency to accommodate those needs on site. And again, we would vet our findings with the appropriate agencies to provide us comment and input and further consideration if they have concerns. And finally, we did do an economic fiscal impact. I guess the high level really here, for Maui County and for the department, really is looking at the opportunities of creating jobs during construction, real property revenues, and of course, the water meter and county permit fees that would come. And overall, that this project would be a beneficial economic impact, if you will, or benefit from the idea of residents, beneficiaries having a place to call home, building a residential community from which then, they lend to the betterment of our fiscal wellness for the county and the department. Next slide. So in summary, again, the proposed subdivision and its land uses we were putting forth within our environmental assessment document will not have a significant impact, and those things that we mentioned, we provide specific mitigation that we'll be asking the various agencies and other interested parties to also provide their input on. The project will continue to provide the necessary infrastructure to support the residential homestead uses, and will of course implement necessary mitigation pressure measures inclusive of but not limited to best management practices, and like I mentioned, even going above and beyond in terms of extending archaeological monitoring, perhaps even cultural monitoring for the project. And that I guess what I should also say in the beginning, that the homestead opportunities are consistent with the beneficiary preferences and are in accordance with the goals of both the general plan update and the Maui Island plan. Next slide. And so next steps, we're aiming to publish the draft EA in the next available environmental notice, so that filing would conceivably happen on March 1st. March 1st, with publication date occurring on March 8th. We would run a 30-day comment period through the first part of April. Depending on the range of comments we would receive, we would target coming back to this commission for its approval on the FEA FONSI. It could be maybe in the April meeting, but more than likely would be coming to you folks in the May meeting for approval on the FONSI. Of course, in our myriad of ways, we'll continue to coordinate with the DHHL beneficiaries. All the relative homestead associations would be notified as to the availability of the EA, as well as I mentioned, the ongoing one-on-one talk stories that has already been in place. Implement funding allocated from the Hawaiian Homes Commission and Department to fund the project through Act 279. And then lastly, start to move towards more detailed design and construction of the project, which takes me to my second to last slide, that again, we anticipate being done with the environmental assessment. We say summer 2024, but hopefully a little bit sooner than that, assuming no legal challenge. And then we would move into engineering design, and in 2024, site work construction could commence in 2026, with home construction in 2027, and we'd hope that we'd be project complete in 2029, that we actually could move towards the awarding of the lots. So again, we're very excited and anxious about getting this project moving forward. Again, relative to just notification, Darren represents the interests of the client here at DDC2. I myself represent the consultant, and probably all the information on this slide, for those that maybe are watching this live or later on, Wailuku SFR G70.design is the project email. So if you have any concerns or mana'o to share about the project as we move into the EA, feel free to email us there, and we will be happy to participate. And again, thank you so much for your time. That concludes our presentation, and open to questions. Mahalo.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Kavika.
Sure.
Aloha, Commissioner.
Aloha. Good to see you, sir.
I'm not sure if this is your kuleana. Do you have any space for for park or any type of that type of development on this subdivision in Waikapu?
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry, I might have maybe glossed through that too quickly there. We do have about 3.1 acres that's been identified as a potential area for, we have it labeled as open space, but I think we've described it in the EA as a linear park, and we would work with the department and perhaps with the county Parks and Rec to figure out a long-term management strategy. I also welcome Darren to chime in if I misspoke on any of that information.
That's correct. That's something that, based on previous discussion with the beneficiaries, exactly what you said, Commissioner, that it's something that they wanted, so we incorporated it into this project.
And also the shopping and other accessible businesses, is it close by, a mile or two away?
Yeah, so if you look at the map that we're at now and you look to the bottom right, there's that four-way intersection, Honopilani Highway and Kuikahi Drive. Yeah. The parcel to the bottom right, so just diagonally across from this project, is Foodland, shopping center with Foodland, Long's, McDonald's. It's just, yeah, right there. So literally people could walk across the street.
Mhm.
Yeah, to the grocery store.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yeah, Kavika, mahalo for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm still going through the EA, very thorough and well done, but I'm going to go through it anyway.
Mhm.
I do want to say that this is an exciting project. It's an add-on to Pu'uhona, but it falls in a place that's highly desired by
Mhm.
our beneficiaries. And as pointed out just a couple minutes ago, it's close to a lot of amenities. So this is a really good project. I'm excited by it. When we talk about projects and we talk about parks, I also want to keep on the radar, and it doesn't have to be in this development, but the creation of Hawaiian immersion schools as space allows for it, and community/cultural centers if the space allows for it. I'm always cognizant though when we enter into these kinds of discussions, we have to be very thoughtful about what it means for others who want homes.
Mhm.
So I just want to plant that seed that we look at any available opportunities without sacrificing homes, but considering those other additional amenities and educational facilities that are proper for Native Hawaiians in their communities. Thank you.
Mahalo, sir. Great comments.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mahalo, sir.
Okay, next agenda item is G1, approval of recommendations for various grant awards statewide. Andrew?
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves $2.0 million allocation from the State General Fund, a one-time only allocation, to a $1 million allocation from the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, and 3, a combination thereof to fund the following organizations for the following grants statewide. These recommendations are listed below. The second recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves carrying over to the 2024-2025 fiscal year any of the approved allocated funds that cannot be encumbered by contract by June 30th, 2024.
Any questions regarding specific grants?
Chair, I have just one comment.
Nevis?
So, thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about the $500,000 for Ida Alliance to finally get put together on my Kai management plan, because I know we've been waiting for that to get that going so we decide what we'd do with that 500 acres out there. So I appreciate it and I support that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other,
Sure.
Commissioner Freitas?
Yeah, not a question, it's a comment. Andrew, thank you for, the time on task and your due diligence with this, specifically with the Waimea Nui and the fire prevention. And we had a lot of discussion about this, and this is definitely a huge step in that direction. That particular entity is extremely resourceful, and I know they can do a great job at different things that have to happen up at Pukapu Pastoral Lots. So thank you very much, bro. I appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? I guess we have a public testimony from Bo Kahui. Bo, right up there.
Aloha. I was trying to start my video, but I can't seem to get my video going. Oh, there we go. Aloha, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on G1 on this matter. My name is Bo Kahui. I'm the Executive Director for Laiapua Community Development Corporation, founded in 2009 and sanctioned at the same time by the Kulia Ikanui under the Kulia Ikanui initiative, under which it gave community CDCs, Community Development Corporation, the opportunity to assist our communities in developing areas for the benefit of our beneficiaries. And so with me here is former president of the association, Dora Ayo, as well as the secretary for Laiapua Community Development Corporation. We both served as the founders of Laiapua 2020, in which we were instrumental in building the West Hawaii Community Health Center, the Laiapua Community Center, the community kitchen, and so we're proud of our track record. I'm here to share some concerns regarding the denial of our application of $200,000 for our preschool plan. Initially, when you look at the grounds for the dismissal, we were quite perplexed by, I think, the concerns that were shared. It mentioned that the plan for the preschool was described as extensive. And yes, we had gotten together with Architects Hawaii Limited, developed a plan, met with the Lieutenant Governor. She made a commitment of $8 million to this initiative, which we had noted in our proposal. Mind you, $200,000 was less than 0.25% of the $8 million that we were going to bring to the department in development funds for the benefit of our beneficiaries for a preschool. So I was perplexed by maybe that decision, because they mentioned that it was based on one meeting. All it takes is one commitment. I don't understand that the $8 million commitment from the Lieutenant Governor's office to give us this funding. And at that meeting, by the way, was Architects Hawaii Limited, which is now committed to this project as well. So what I didn't understand is that in that, what they call the single meeting, there was no other funding types or confirmation of the funding that is secured. You know, I've worked with Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke over 15 years. When she makes a commitment, I stand by that commitment. And I can confirm to you that we will get this money with or without this grant. The other thing that was troubling was that in our application, you know, we sought the land disposition for the right of entry for this almost over a year ago. We had made numerous inquiries regarding the right of entry up until and even to include November of 2023 on 2 occasions, and again on October of 2023. So what I don't understand is why the right of entry had not been contemplated. I will agree that more recently, the Planning Division had requested that we do a beneficiary consultation. I understand that that is in the process. We had it. We had no objections during that time. And I think it would have been easy for the grants committee just to talk story with the planning division regarding this matter. The other thing I want to, and I know my time is running out here, is that we had already made communications with the public charter schools that are already have established charter schools to include Kaumeki, Navae, Ho'okalani, public charter schools. And, you know, the truth is that these take planning resources. So we kind of outlined all of the reasons why we needed this funding. The other thing is that, you know, the public charter schools is intended mainly to serve our beneficiaries. This is a native-based, native Hawaiian public charter school that we're trying to establish on native Hawaiian homelands. That, again, perplexes me as to why the decision was not articulated. They mentioned about a strategic plan. This whole thing is a strategic plan. This whole initiative is a strategy in which we can develop this preschool. So when they tell us, oh, it doesn't speak to a strategic plan, it tells me that whoever was reviewing our application were not a community activists like myself, you know, community developers, people that go out in the community to get consensus regarding this matter. We submitted a comprehensive budget and a budget narrative, but they say, oh, it doesn't give us enough of a detail. Yeah, we asked money for an office because I've been working out of my home for the last 4 or 5 years. We needed a place of business. This is a business that we're trying to operate, a business in which we can show the community that we are an effective 501c3 nonprofit corporation serving our beneficiaries. We brought in other volunteer in-kind services funding, not much, but it shows our capacity to at least illustrate our commitment to this project. I'm disappointed, but I'm equally concerned about those that rated our initiative, and you know, when you tell me you're gonna give me, we're asking for less than 0.02%, that's less than 1% of funding for an $8 million initiative. What's the risk? I leave you, this commission, maybe the opportunity to have the planning division or the grants division reconsider their action related to our request. And if not, we'll wait again next year and do our best. But our 101-page application, in my estimation, and in my previous years, raising $15 million for Laiapua 2020 for the development of a West Hawaii clinic, dental center, community center, shows our track record. And I believe that we can do this again for our preschool. Thank you. I entertain any questions from the commissioners.
Any questions? Paul, on your funding that you're looking at from the Lieutenant Governor, she's already committed to 8 mil, so you can proceed with that.
That's correct. That was her words. We can get an affidavit from my Architects Hawaii Limited, who attended that meeting, that she will commit the $8 million for classrooms. And that's what the project's about.
Okay, well, let's pursue that, so it's not contingent upon this award. You can still move forward, independent of the lack of funding for this award. Is that correct?
That is correct, but this is subject to the right of entry. And again, we're asking for the right of entry to be accelerated and approved.
Okay, you can take a look at that, Paul.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Bo.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, if not, Chair will entertain a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Andrew. One more thing. Okay, you got G2, approval of to acquire water tank and approval to contract limited potable water deliveries to Ikinui, Maui.
Commissioners, with me today, I have Julie Pachola, who will be kind of describing what this action is for and why it is needed.
Thank you. Aloha, Commissioners. In 2022 to 2024, Kahikinui was the recipient of free potable water assistance from the Bureau of Reclamation, which is an agency under the Department of Interior. Under this emergency drought assistance, we had two 30,000 gallon tanks erected right at the main gate. We had regular deliveries by the only trucking company, Road Trucking, on the island of Maui that is certified to deliver large quantities of potable water. So they're delivering water to fill these tanks. And our Kahikinui lessees and our Kahikinui projects, like our ungulate removal projects, they could access that potable water. Because it is an emergency drought assistance, it is necessarily temporary. And so that ends on April 15th of this year. So the tanks have been put there, they're installed, there's a security perimeter fence, there's a piping to feed one tank to the other and to be able to dispense the potable water. And that, because it's temporary ending, it would be essentially demolished and removed. So we got a call from the trucking company with an offer to purchase one tank, the 130,000 gallon tank, and they would donate the other tank and the perimeter fence and all the piping and all of that to Ka'ohana o Kahikinui for basically a tax donation, as a tax donation. So and then the other thing is that because in order to keep it potable, you got to keep it moving. The water has to keep on moving. So we still need to have regular deliveries so that the water can be dispensed and used. And so we would be looking at contracting those water deliveries. We kind of put a cap on it. We looked at what the deliveries have been over the past year. So on table 2 on page 3, you have that information. You also have the information on table 1, which is the actual cost of the tanks, which is at 126,000. What they're offering us is to purchase the tanks at 85, so it's at a discounted rate already. Based on the water deliveries, we're looking at about capping it off at 3 loads per month, and every load is like 7,000 gallons of water. And so you have the amount on page 4 on that. So basically the summary budget requirements are the purchase of the one tank, which is at 85 plus tax. You have the water deliveries, which is estimated at 3, no more than 3 deliveries per month for 12 months. And then there's the maintenance of the tanks, which include having the tanks be certified by DOH as potable water, because we need the tank certified. And then with this kind of water, if you have, like, there could be a contamination event, something gets in the tank and contaminates it. So we're looking at a contingency fund to address contamination if that should happen. It's just contingency, but we need to put it in because it is health and safety, potable water. This is, so This is unbudgeted, but this just happened. It just came up as an opportunity. If not, then by April 15th, those 2 tanks will come down and we will lose that opportunity. I should add that right now, staff is also looking at going to the Bureau. We actually met with them last week, Bureau of Reclamation, to see if we can get their assistance, not in the emergency drought, but as a permanent water solution for potable water. So we're looking at that to take over these costs to deliver this potable water. But right now, we just need to secure the tanks, basically. Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner? No? Okay, is this for action? Yes, okay. Entertain a motion.
So move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Next item. C4, for information only, workshop on the report and recommendation of the PIG to investigate, consider, and recommend changes, if any, to the Act 279 strategic plan and budget. Yeah, we can do that. So it's gonna be a long one. Okay. Yeah, let's do C5. This is gonna be a long one, so we get a shorter one. We can then have lunch and get into this. That would be C5. So,
Independent legal counsel.
no. Recess now. What time we got? It's already after 12. Don't we go do it after lunch? We already did lunch, right? Just take a break. Okay, we're gonna recess and we will reconvene 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, that's like independent counsel.
Okay, the meeting is reconvened. We have agenda item C4 for information only. This is a workshop on the report and recommendation of the PIG to investigate, consider, and recommend changes, if any, to the Act 279 strategic plan and budget. Andrew Choi and Kalani Fronta.
Hello, Commissioners. Just filling in for Stuart, who's feeling under the weather this week. So we'll just kind of quickly go over a couple of slides for your consideration. So as you folks know, in November of 2022, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved the initial strategic plan to implement Act 279. I'm just going to real quickly go over some of the important contents. As you may recall, there were 3 policy considerations that were established to guide implementation and allocate resources that were set aside under the Act. The first policy consideration was that the majority of resources provided under Act 279 should go to home ownership activities rather than rental activities. Second was resources provided for home ownership activities should prioritize new homestead lot development. The third is prioritization of homestead lot development projects should be based upon timing in the pipeline. How fast will the project be implemented? Is it closer to being shovel ready? Priority areas for new homestead development identified in the department's island plans. And lastly, waitlist demand on each island. I just wanted to re-emphasize that these are the foundational policy tools that the Commission had identified originally. So I encourage you to base your decisions based on those policy tools that haven't been changed, that are still consistent. Oh, sorry, please go back to the previous slide. Also included in the 2022 plan was mentioning the approach to budgeting during these times. That the Commission at the time had realized that changes may be needed to the plan over time, and that updated budgets would be presented to the Commission for its approval. So this is one such instance. And then secondly, the 2022 plan did identify that land acquisition for homestead lot development or water source development may be appropriate. The department would entertain opportunities to acquire new lands with similar characteristics that would be more suitable for homesteading, close to existing infrastructure and suitable for residential use. This slide is a quick overview of the projects. I know that we've looked over these matrices over the last couple of months, but just real quickly to summarize, the column to the left are projects that were in the original 2022 strategic plan that are still being proposed to move forward under this current budget amendment that's being considered today. So these are the projects that are still moving forward under the current proposal. The column in the middle are projects that are being asked to be deferred to a later time and being deferred for other types of funding to fund these projects. So they're not going away. The Permitted Interaction Group is recommending that these projects be deferred and that other funding sources be utilized to fund these projects. And then the last column to your right are new projects to achieve the intent of Act 279. So these are the projects that are being proposed and being asked for the Commission's consideration to amend the budget to fund these new projects with Act 279 monies. This is the matrix that was passed out to the Commission last month by Stuart Matsunaga. So you folks had an opportunity to look at it. The matrix goes over more specifically lots that were being proposed for each of these projects, the funding amount that is needed or recommended to be needed for each project. So this was passed out at the January Commission meeting. And then I would like to pass the presentation over to Kalani Franda, who will go over in more detail the new projects that is being considered today.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners, once again, Kalani Franda standing in for Stuart Matsunaga along with Andrew Choi. So as noted by Andrew, the three policy considerations to guide the implementation task has not been changed. What has been changed is the additional efforts that we're taking to meet the deadline set to encumber the funds allocated through Act 279. We have 131 days from today to meet this deadline. This workshop will outline the proposed changes and priorities in the upcoming projects for the development. Actually, you can stay on the implementation. Yeah, perfect. This workshop will outline the proposed changes, priorities, and upcoming projects for the department. As noted, a total of 15 initial projects will remain in the queue. 9 projects have been reprioritized with the pursuit for new funding. The focus is on acquiring new lands with characteristics suitable for residential use, closely connected to existing infrastructure. The objective is to spend the $600 million by the required time, have it encumbered, and resulting in the creation of approximately 2,000 plus homes with further preparation for additional appropriations to reach a total count of over 6,000 homes. This is detailed in the implementation budget as noted up here. I'm going to go to Moku of Keawe, which is, I believe, one more slide. Thank you. So we have about 63 million allocated for the Moku of Keawe, developing approximately about 420 lots. And in this particular slide, we talk about the 67 million targeted to complete villages 1, 2, 4, at Laiopua and the North Kona water development. With 42 million from the Act 279 budget, it'll produce approximately about 380 lots in Village 2, Village 4 Hema, and Village 5. Next slide, please. About 2 million here will be encumbered in this fiscal year for the acquisition of a parcel in Kaumana. Next slide. Acquisition of acres in Honoka'a utilizing the Act 279 budget for acquisition and pre-development work with a focus on infrastructure and public road access. I wanted to stay here for just a little while, and a lot of these parcels that you see that are being considered for acquisition is because it's close to infrastructure. It makes it much quicker, much easier to go ahead and do the site work. So in Honoka'a, for example, it's equipped and infrastructure is accessible, especially as it relates to wastewater. Next slide. Ku'upaiko project aims to create a residential community north of Hilo with single-family homes, workforce opportunities, and then also revenue generation elements. The Act 279 budget will fund due diligence for this property. Next slide. 7 million for participation in this master plan community at Palama Nui near Kona Airport and Hawaii Community College campus in West Hawaii. I know you guys had a chance to review this, so I'm going to go through the slides and then we can entertain questions after this. The last item, I believe, in Moku o Keawe is $1 million for entitlements for the Panaeva residential lots, setting the stage for the construction of 600 lots. So right now, if you were to award these, it would require independent wastewater systems. So this is starting the process to be able to plan for future in the event that we are able to get additional funds. Next item is in Maui County. We have, and in Maui County, there's about 300 million that's allocated for that county, and it's about it'll produce about 955 lots. This particular slide talks about 2 million for design work and offsite infrastructure planning for 75 new single-family homes on the island of Lanai. Next slide, please. 17 million for completing work on 161 single-family homes at Puhona Homestead subdivision. Next slide. Survey and design work for 50 sub-ag lots totaling 1.47 million. Next slide. 68 million for single-family homes at Leali'i 1B. The next slide. 45 million for single-family homes and vacant lots, developing a total of 200, oh, I think, no, it's the other one. 207 lots, including 31 vacant lots. Yep, that's correct. Next slide. 93.8 million earmarked towards assuring 161 lots for single-family homes using Act 279. And last in Maui County is the 45 million towards, next slide please, is the 45 million towards the acquisition and development of 150 lots for single-family homes. And just to kind of reside there, there is about 4,000 on the wait list, little shy of 4,000 on the wait list for residential, and little shy of 5,000 on the wait list for ag. So this will be able to accomplish providing for those two wait lists. We're gonna take a trip over to Oahu, and we have approximately 195 million appropriated for Oahu and producing about 618 lots. And this first slide, we talk about Kaupea Phase 2, and this is for the budget that is appropriated for 60 single-family homes. Next slide. 1 million towards East Kapolei 2A for conceptual site planning. Next item. Over 150 million towards infrastructure work for 2C, D, E, and F. And, oh, good, yeah. Kauluo Kahai. And this is assuring us for 450 lots with the Act 279 budget. Next item takes us to Wailua Mill Camp, about 24 million for 180 single-family homes in Wailua. And last on Oahu is found in Mauna Lua or Hawaii Kai, and it's an acquisition from Kamehameha Schools for an area that can provide us 25 single-family homes. Next item is going to be found in Kauai County. We have earmarked about 46 million for Kauai and producing about 82 lots. The first is site work for 82 single-family homes in Hanapepe, totaling about 17.8 million. And then last slide here is 20 million for the acquisition of 358 acres in Lihue from Grove Farm, focused on single-family homes and 200 subsistence ag lots. So in closing, I just want to extend a mahalo to the commissioners for the opportunity to share more here about what's going on and with Act 279 and the proposals that we've made, as emphasized, our commitment to the 3 policy considerations guiding our implementation remains steadfast. However, what sets this moment apart is our renewed dedication to meeting the deadline set to encumber the funds allocated through Act 279 by June 30th, 2024, giving us once again a total of 131 days. With your support and collaboration, we're poised to make significant strides towards lowering the wait list and fulfilling our mission of providing homes and sustainable communities for our beneficiaries. So once again, in summary, the proposed changes aim to efficiently utilize the allocated budget to develop residential communities across different regions, emphasizing infrastructure, due diligence, and strategic acquisitions to meet the housing demands in each area. With that, I thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make just some brief remarks. The pig no longer exists, and so we don't have any input except by commissioners. But we had met over several weeks to take a look at the plan and to develop it. Our emphasis was to make sure that we were able to expend the monies before they were taken and returned back to the ledge. And so we wanted to make sure that it was clear what remained in the strat plan from November of 22. Then the portion that the PIG revised as recommended to the commission, and then a very specific look at any projects that could not be accomplished and so would be pushed further out into FY25. The 25 projects, if anything's deferred, depending on the funding that we're able to obtain, additional funding should be prioritized to be in line with the original intent of the strat plan November of 22. We wanted to make sure that we had a workshop. When the PIG presented the plan, we thought that it was really important that the commissioners be able to ask questions. And so we asked the staff to put together a workshop. Stuart and Andrew were all over it. They spent weeks with us. And then Kalani came in as a cleaner or a batter because Stuart's not available to be here. And so the work that they did was just legion. Commissioners Awo and Nevis also gave us some input. They had some questions that needed to be answered. And after we took a look at the questions that were being asked, we thought a workshop was the proper way to present the plan so that we all have an opportunity to take a look at it, see that it's a sound plan, ask the questions that our constituents would ask, that the beneficiaries would be asking. And that's how we come about with the workshop today. So thank you to the staff for putting that together, and thank you to the commission for your support in asking questions so that we could present it.
Chair.
Commissioner.
Thanks, Kalani and Drew, also Walter, for your input and your presentation. Now that you've presented your presentation on the newly formed PIG proposal did not include projects for Molokai, okay? And it's really unfair because every island will be getting funded through the Act 279. So how can you leave out Molokai? And there's only 2 projects that was part of this proposal, which is Nahiva, which is 16 ag lots, and the Ho'olehua scattered lots, which is 20 3 to 5 acre ag lots, okay? So if we don't get funded and we gotta wait till the ledge in 2025, it's not a guarantee we're gonna get funded. Let me explain another thing. The acceleration in 1985 acceleration for lots on Molokai was in 39 years ago. So these guys are gonna wait much longer. And I cannot support this proposal because it does not include Molokai. And for me, because I'm the commissioner for that island, I gotta answer to my beneficiaries. So it mentioned here for the C4, it says consider and recommend changes. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner, if I could answer to what you had brought up. If you take a look at line item 28, there's an area defined as scattered lots. And so these, it's not the scattered lots that are the project scattered lots in Molokai, but in there it calls for lots that are vacant, lots that have dilapidated homes and so on. And it addresses a list that spans the entire island, also including Molokai. So Molokai on the list there, we have roughly, it's not much, but there's roughly about 10 to 15 lots that will be addressed in this particular line item in line 28.
Well, I'm more concerned about those two projects.
Thank you.
At the moment. And I hope you guys make some changes, you know, I mean, because I'm gonna get feedback from our people on Molokai, and they're probably watching right now, wondering why, you know, we're not getting part of this proposal. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? This is just informational, so I won't take action until tomorrow.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes. Commissioner Nevis?
So in regards to Kauai, and I've got the budget here that was approved by the commission back in 22, August 22, the original budget for projects. And on that budget, it shows Kauai Hanapepe lots, actually it was 75 at that time, now it's 82. But it also showed the Kuleana Homestead agricultural lots that was on that budget. And I noticed that you pushed the funding for the Kuleana lots to a project deferral for $5 million. So let me explain. Kuleana project was in the works since 2018. And when I go back and look at at the PIG's criteria they used, one of the criteria was benefits of lower cost per unit for infrastructure. When you take the 5 million divided by the 115, that's about $38,000 per unit. And there's no qualifying. You're all vacant lots. So I'm not in favor of pushing that down the road, kicking the can. I think that funding needs to put back in 24 so we can get our Kuleana lots. That takes 150 people off the wait list now. As soon as the project's done, we pull them off the wait list. So I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to see that move back to 24. Additionally, on the Hanapepe sites, using LIHTC funding, again, you know, really need to understand what LIHTC funding is and what type of position it puts the trust in, because as we found out in the proposal for Waipoli, we had to take 2.4 million out of the trust fund for the application process. So I'd like to know what amount of money is needed to take out of the trust fund, and how much will this delay the project moving forward for Hanapepe. The other thing is on the Groveberg-Eisenberg parcel. I'm a little concerned that we're going to spend $20 million for a parcel and wish for $70 million to start construction. That's again kicking the can down the road. When we did the strategic plan, I was part of that. So was Commissioner Namawa was part of it, and so was Russell Kaupu, who's now with the department. The intention, and actually it's in the plan, the intention was to allow the department to purchase not shovel ready, but stuff with infrastructure to move forward within this reasonable time to get projects moving forward. And I think the first one was Calpea, where we picked up Calpea, infrastructure was in. That's the type of stuff we're looking for. This is a project that's pushing for stuff down the road. That's not taking care of the wait list now. You go back and read the act itself, it says the priority is to put people in homes. That's the priority. There are other options. There's also, I don't see in this plan, there's a $60 million, there was 10% set aside for possible down payment and other items. I don't see that item in here. So I'm not in favor of putting LIHTC on the Hanapepe. I think we should use that $60 million for down payment assistance. There's other grants that we use for down payment assistance, and we can move that project along a lot quicker, I believe. So anyway, that's sort of my feel just on Kauai. I'm a little concerned about other things, but I'm here for all beneficiaries. But You know, I've learned in the last month that I have to start thinking about Kauai, and Kauai is my priority. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Raymond Kana to respond to some of the questions that you had in regards to Eisenberg parcel in Lihue.
What was that, sorry?
The Eisenberg parcel in Lihue from Grove Farm.
Right.
I'm going to ask Raymond to respond to some of that.
Commissioners, I'm fairly new to this department, but
welcome.
I was asked to evaluate certain projects, and specifically the Grove Farm is actually quite a bargain in the sense is the price that's offered for the land is extremely good. The location is ideal. It is in Lihue town itself. It's adjacent to the proposed bypass road that's eventually going to be done for the Department of Transportation. It's 15 minutes drive from the airport. It's adjacent to the hospital. It is close to schools and infrastructure. It is a great location for a Hawaiian community, and that's one reason why we're proposing it. The other one is Kauai is kind of a unique island in terms of infrastructure. In the sense is there are only certain corridors of infrastructure available, and more importantly, available infrastructure, okay? The Grove Farm offers an interesting opportunity where we can actually, the investment we make is actually to create the backbone water infrastructure that will provide not only for the 1,200 units that we're proposing, because in theory, if we build out the full build out of that parcel, we could probably have another several hundred subsistence lots in addition to the lots that we've got there. So in a way, in one crack, you can almost wipe out to a large number the list for Kauai in a central location that offers social infrastructure, that has the infrastructure of the water, sewer, electricity available. So in a sense is, yes, it will take a number of years to actuate, but in one crack, you can resolve a great deal of the needs of the Hawaiian community in Kauai. And there's a concept in real estate development called economy of scale. To put all this in one location with the cross-supporting infrastructure eventually will reduce the cost per unit of these things, okay? It also means construction costs for the beneficiaries will be far more effective. We've worked in conjunction with Kauai County on some of these things. And Kauai County supports us because they support development in the core of Lihue, because that's where they get the best bang for their bucks. So, not only do we, secure a good Hawaiian community, but we get the support of Kauai County, okay? They've actually said, doing something like this, they will promise delivery of permits faster than they've ever done, which is kind of an unusual statement for them because they've been, to the past, my experience has been that they've been rather anti-development sometimes, but they're very supportive of this, okay? So it's a unique situation where, yes, maybe we could do certain things faster, but this one will give us a path that will satisfy pretty much the majority of the list for Kauai, and in an ideal location, okay? We're not out there in the areas, because remember, one of the biggest problems I see on Kauai is transportation, okay? Putting projects way on the far sides of the island doesn't have the infrastructure, you create more traffic problems. But here in Lihue, okay, you don't have some of those problems. You can solve many problems in one swoop. So again, I will not speak to the rest of your comments, but in terms of Groves Farm, I gotta tell you, I think it can be a big win for Hawaiian homelands.
Well, let me respond to that. I think that's more Oahu-centric thought process. Island of Kauai, we got east side and we got west side, and we like that, okay? We go 35 miles an hour, we're fine with that. You like get in front of me, go ahead. We have a large Hawaiian community on the Anahola side. We have land there, should be developed. We should be using this $24 million to develop our communities. We don't need a brand new community. We're not gonna wait 6-7 years to get a brand new community. I don't care if the county thinks it's great, that's good for them. West side, we brought our tutus from west side. They love the west side. We're happy with it. They have a hospital down that side. We have a hospital in Lihue. We don't need to be 15 minutes from the airport. We're fine where we're at. I live on Ahola. I'm a half hour from the airport. I'm fine with that. I lived in the main end, 15 minutes was like 3 hours. I don't need that. Understand, Kauai people, okay? We like where we're at. We have a large community. We have land there that should be developed. This Kuleana, it's ridiculous to hold up this Kuleana project. We need to make sure that and I appreciate what you're saying. That's great. Grab it now, develop it, great big community. But the problem is this act was set up to do now, not down the road, okay? And I appreciate what you're saying. It's great, whole development process. Cowie's on it, the county's on it, that's fine. But that's not how we live in Kauai. We have our Kuleana. We have Kuleanas on both sides of the island. We love our communities. We want to build our communities, and we like to stay right there. Thank you.
Yeah, Kalani, I want to mention something. You mentioned about statewide funding for the Act 279.
Yes.
Earlier. And then there's $30 million in the 2023 budget for project financing, partnership, public, and so forth. Out of that 600 million, you folks decided to set aside 30 million, but nothing for Molokai. And the required amount, at least for Nahiva, for the infrastructure is 20 million. So why can't we get part of that money? You know, because we're not gonna vote on it until tomorrow, so at least provide something for Molokai, so at least, you know, you're thinking of us. And actually you're thinking of the beneficiaries. Can't be statewide, because statewide gotta include Molokai. So I'm just bringing that up. I know you guys decided to put that money there, but according to the requirement for the infrastructure, in order for them to build, they need the infrastructure in Nahiva, okay? Like I said, they waited 39 years, and they were awarded these lots way back then, including myself. So, you know, I'm gonna fight for our people, you know? So that's what I'm here for. So that can be adjusted, that would be great.
Commissioner Wall.
So, mahalo, Chair. So, this doesn't feel like much of a workshop for me. I do want to say, when we mention County of Maui saying this is a great thing, missing from that mana'o is Kauai beneficiaries, because that's really the population we consult with. And I don't see, and what I see here is a deviation from the first PIG that was stood up. And in Act 279, one of the foundational principles mandated in that act was to follow the 2020 survey. This plan does not necessarily follow that format the same way the original PIG did. Now, like Commissioner Neves, what we've learned from the last meeting we had, we start by advocating for our island, but understanding that we are responsible for all beneficiaries. And with Maui, I just have a couple questions. I'm not necessarily appalled by what this is compared to the other islands, but I think Oahu, Big Island, there are impacts to those islands, in my opinion. And commissioners representing those islands need to be maka'ala. Because if I'm looking at this correctly with the deferrals, I'm seeing $168 million impact to Oahu as a result of deferrals. Now, for Maui, this Kamalani project, I'm not sure where it's at. You know, fine print, maybe I missed it. I'm not sure where it's at. That's an acquisition. and it's beneficial to Maui. It is 10 million plus 35 million, so 45 million. So we do the acquisition, and then it gets us, it's the 35 million that's needed to begin the build out. Now, while it's good for us, the question is, how does that deferral impact the other islands and the other beneficiaries? So these are the questions. There's so much here to consider and think through. I am not prepared to vote on this tomorrow. The impacts are, the potential impacts, the consequential impacts to our beneficiaries. For me, it's not enough time for me to say yes to this. So I'm just putting it out there. I have a lot more questions. So I'm gonna stop there for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Freitas?
Thank you. Yes, I am the West Hawaii Commissioner, but I do look at myself as looking out for everybody. When I first saw this plan, you know, the first thing that came to my mind was these projects that are being deferred, the emotional impact and just what the people have been looking for. The one thing I learned, and maybe you guys can express on it more, is the reasoning for this deferrals. With some of these projects, do they have to be deferred because they would not meet the timeline from what we were told in our PIG meeting, and having to encumber the money by basically in a time frame that was given to us, which isn't a lot of time. And also the prioritization of it is something we came together and thought about, so that, yeah, we're gonna ask for $600 million next time. We're probably not gonna get it, but whatever we do get, it's immediately put into these communities that were deferred. So I think the reasoning for deferral too, some of the deferrals, and I know it probably differentiates between every single project, but could you possibly please give a little bit of explanation on that, if possible?
I think between Ray and I, we'll cover that. And so so yes, we are taking a look at, one of the reasons why we're taking a look at deferring some of these is because of the need for additional, or its timing. It's also infrastructure. And you want to speak to some of that?
First of all, in order to basically commit $600 million.
Can't hear you, sir. Can you speak to the
Can you hear me? Sorry. In order for us to commit the $600 million, the easiest one is acquisition, because that's very clear and can be done very quickly. But for the rest, in order to move forward on some of the development agreements, you need to finalize things like the AIS, EIS, and most importantly of all, you need to figure out how the infrastructure works for each of these communities. And unfortunately, for many of these projects, the infrastructure has to be built. And that will take some time. And the chair has been working very hard at trying to find federal funding to support this, so we can have funding for infrastructure outside of trust monies and from Act 279, which we're actually in the process of doing. So if you look at the time schedule of development, first we have the AIS and EISs that we have to get resolved. Then simultaneously, we need to develop the infrastructure and the infrastructure means not only the engineering design, but determining the capacity, determining where the source is going to be. For example, water, okay? Water has to go through the Water Commission, it has to get approved, it has to go through a series of processes, okay? And one of the really difficult things we're facing is, in order to do water, sorry, many of our projects reverse osmosis. In other words, it has to be treated. The treatment basically has a output that has to be disposed of, which is high salinity water. And we require injection wells for those things. The state isn't allowing any injection wells. It is curtailing not only water, but sewer throughout the islands. Especially on your island, the Kauai Sewer Department is up in roars because they cannot put injection wells. They have the capacity, but they can't inject the effluent. Right. And Kauai treats everything to tertiary, which means it's like drinking water. It's ridiculous that they won't allow us to basically inject drinking water the saltwater freshwater interface. I'm working right now with the chair to try to get to Department of Health to see if we can propagate rules that will allow us to do this, which will enhance the ability of all these sewer treatment plants to become more active. But unfortunately, all this stuff takes time, okay? And all this time we're adding onto the front end means we can't even get to the point where we can develop the properties in time. So the question comes down to is, do you wanna spend the money and commit monies to project? That won't happen for another 3 or 4 or 5 years because we still need to do all this upfront work. So, this constant balance of time and money comes into play. Okay, you raised the issue of Kamalani. The reason why I'm recommending Kamalani to the chair is, number one, it's got all its permits, EIS, AIS has been done. Okay, A and B actually did phase 1. We're acquiring phase 2 and 3. But the big difference is A and B had a multifamily component. And the chair has supported the idea that we should, especially on Maui, we're trying to do all single family. And these are going to be single family units. So they are, in a sense, much more shovel ready than any other project. And to answer your question, Kamalani is the first project as you enter Kihei on your left-hand side. Is bordered on the Mahipono lands, the agricultural lands. And they're actually supporting us by providing retention areas and fill to make this thing, to raise this property so that we don't have flood issues, okay? So, there's a lot of detail with stuff. Like, we've looked at these projects very carefully and tried to figure out in terms of an overall time schedule, can we make this happen in a reasonable time frame? Because the real problem is we have a lot of lands, like Pana Eva is a perfect example. That's Hawaiian homeland lands. But, we're basically deferring a large part of it, and we're just doing the initial work, largely because it needs sewer connection, okay? It needs a 3-mile sewer connection. It's a tremendous cost. And I think we can find federal funding for that one, okay, to support that, but we need time to work that out. Pana Eva is a wonderful project, wonderful property that we own, and it could easily, enhance our inventory by close to 1,000 units if we do this properly. But unfortunately, it takes time for us to get there. Okay, so the question is, do we commit the funds now for Pana Eva? No, we should commit the funds we need to do the upfront work and then apply for the rest later. Now, I've heard many times with commission members saying is, well, what if we don't get the money? Well, it's a lot stronger argument to make to the legislature and anyone else, okay, that we have a shovel-ready project that's already started, and all we need to do is fund the remainder. And since the bulk of the infrastructure is on the front end, all they are basically doing is funding the remainder, which is far easier argument to make than when you go to a completely greenfield projects. Because that's very speculative that you have to do all that. But once you have the footprint in place, it gets easier to fund the rest. That's the point, okay? Now, we can go through the projects and explain why some of these things, are being deferred, because there's a good reason, because there are obstacles that prevent us from moving forward immediately. Therefore, it's something that should be done later. But let's put the stuff forward that we can actually work on now.
So I want to say we should go through each project because what this deliberation has become over the past several months is skimming over information, summary statements that are where we are required to make really big decisions. So I leave it to each commissioner on their island if they want to ask about a particular project. I will ask about the Maui projects. I leave it up to the other commissioners what they want to do. I think this is really important that we understand the logic. If we saw Civil Beat this morning, the budget is not looking very promising. Minimum $600 million as part of the Lahaina recovery effort. Added to that is money owed to state workers as a result of COVID still has not been paid. I think it was Psyche who said we may be slightly over $1 billion in just meeting those obligations. And he went on to say, we probably won't fund any new initiatives this year. So when we speak about these matters, we have to take into account the current reality. And so when we defer projects that were already slated for approval, and it's contingent on money from the ledge, that raises a concern. So, I think I'll stop there, but that's my thought process in this moment.
I don't have a problem. You guys go through each project.
Chair, just answering Commissioner Alwo, because you're absolutely right. We need to take a look at why they're deferred. I heard a challenge come to the Oahu commissioners. What do you need to pay attention. And so I would like to start with the Maili project where we had a proposal which included multi-family dwellings, which, listening to our beneficiaries, they said they didn't want that at all. And so the response was to change how we were approaching. The other one is the NOAA property, where we had talked about expending quite a bit of 48 million on NOAA. And we decided that that was something that we wanted to defer. So if you would, or Andrew, if you just address those two as examples of why we're looking at that.
Excuse me, Chair, just so we're not hopping all over the map, could we just start from number one and work our way down?
Okay,
I think that would help.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Let me start with number one.
So Laiopoa. So we've done some work on the Village 4 HEMA already. We've done site work there, completing that up. And so this next phase really is to start moving forward on getting development agreements to develop villages 1, 2, and 4. And once again, one of the things that Andrew and Stuart was working on was also the Kona Water development, North Kona Water development. Any questions in regards to that, Commissioner?
Just moving 200 units from phase 1 to phase 2. We talked about it earlier. What the reason why behind that?
Did you want to speak to that? No. So the 200 is tied in with Village, Village 1. And that one, and the purpose of that one was because there's so much work that needs to be done, site work. There's also a bunch of studies. And so that's the purpose of deferring it and when moving forward on the villages that we identified here. And we also have, I believe we included it in the in a line item too. It was Village 5. So that one we already have areas that haven't been built. So 55 parcels that we're going through with a development agreement right now. So that's the reason for having the 380 and then deferring the 200.
Yes.
And the next one is Honomu Subsistence Ag Lots Phase 2. But that one we already, we're looking at deferring that as well. We found in phase 1, there was a number of different concerns that came up in regards to soils, etc. So there's additional studies that we do need to do as it relates to phase 2 in Honomu. Commissioner Kalekini, did you have any questions in regards to the Honomu?
No, actually, well, just a comment. because I was trying to follow up on phase one, you know, because it's been delayed quite a bit. And then that's the information I got because of the rain and the flooding. It needs to be addressed, and that's why we're so much behind on the schedule, so.
Correct.
So it makes sense that phase two is, we gotta correct phase one. Just makes sense to correct that and get in a better position, and phase two should be hopefully smoother.
And then I'm gonna ask Ray to talk about the deferral of the 59 for Honoka'a. Oh, actually, Commissioner, well, did you want to go through every single one or just the ones that were deferred? Every single.
I think we should go through every line, just so we don't miss it.
Okay.
Because
So the next one up
from one to the other, we sort of get lost in.
is Kaumana Avalon Development.
Basically, there were some problems with that project. There are problems with that project with regards to dealing with some of the soils and the subsurface. So I think it needs more consideration before anything moves forward on that one.
Is that Kaumana, or are you talking about Honolulu?
Kaumana.
Kaumana.
Okay.
It's the flooding issue.
Right.
Wait, I'm sorry. Talking about Kamalani.
Kaumana.
Kaumana.
Oh, Kamalani.
We're going right down to
Number two.
this, so,
They're going
sorry.
right down.
I think my glasses, and I can see.
Me too. I can't see it either. It's too small.
You need glasses and find glasses.
Okay, Kalamai. Yeah,
Okay,
number
that's good.
3,
Thank you.
project 3. Okay.
Yeah, that was number 3.
And if no questions on Kaumana, I'll keep on rolling down with Honoka'a with items. That's next for items 4.
The Honoka'a project is kind of a unique one in the sense is it's 2 parcels on either side of the Belt Freeway, okay? The beauty of it, it is immediately connectable to sewer. It's only like 200 yards for a sewer connection, which is very, very cheap for us. In addition, the Hawaii Water actually has water available. And one of the beauty of that one is, you know, what we're part of our cost that we're deferring is we're going to install a backup well, which will energize not only these parcels, but adjacent parcels that we already own that do not have enough water at this time. So what we're hoping to do is energize the entire Honoka'a area, okay? And Kalani has been working with KS possibly on acquiring some KS lands. The chair has also been working to get some land that the state has that had been previously planned for a senior housing project that, you know, that we could possibly take over and do. It's also directly adjacent to our parcels and directly adjacent to the hospital there. I'm not sure how familiar, I'm presuming you're definitely familiar with Honoka'a. It's a wonderful neighborhood, okay? I mean, it's got schools right there, the community center is across the street, the hospital is within walking distance. It's on the Belt Freeway, equidistant from pretty much from Hilo and Kona. I can't think of a better Hawaiian neighborhood that we could possibly develop there. Plus the key is the availability of sewer. If you look at the infrastructure map for Hawaii Island, okay, sewer is only available in 3 places, Honoka'a, Hilo, and Kona. There are some spot sections, but, you know, having an active sewer system is, to me, critical. I do not like the idea of independent sewer systems for beneficiaries because eventually the way it rules with the Department of Health, if you have an independent sewer system, when sewer is available, you are required to connect. And even if you're not required to connect, they charge you for it. So beneficiaries are facing a $35,000 cost to hook up to sewer eventually. And that's not our money, that's going to be their money. So I feel it's more reasonable for us to put projects where we can actually have active sewer connections so that they don't have that future liability. and, that it works in the long term. So, that's the reason why Honoka'a was a very positive project for us. The social infrastructure, the fact that it's got close proximity to, and infrastructure is available.
The next item is Popa'iko. This one has approximately about 76 acres right outside of Hilo, north of Hilo. And this one actually offers quite a bit of opportunities there. But what we need to do is look at further due diligence. And so actually executing some studies to be done. And that's the money that's allocated here in this line item.
Question. So Honoka'a has the infrastructure for sewer and water. What about Papaico?
Papaico has access to water. Okay, it does have access to sewer also. But the challenge right now is the developers who have brought the project to us has a very, very unique concept of how they're trying to put it all together. And unfortunately, some of those concepts are not readily fundable by Hawaiian Homelands because it doesn't fit within our mandate. But it's still very important because they're trying to create a combination of things that makes it a sustainable community. We want to give them time to be able to determine if they can find other funding to support those other activities. And if not, we ask them that maybe they convert the entire thing into housing for Hawaiian Homelands, which we can fund. But we need to give them time to work out the problems.
Next one.
Next one is Palamanui, and this one is located in Kona, right above the airport. It has about 18 acres, and I'll let Ray talk about some of the details.
This is actually a partial donation, okay? For us, the key is there's 40 residential lots that we will get, okay? And our cost per unit is $70,000, okay? A third party is going to build it. It's basically shovel ready, but they're also proposing some additional things like kapuna housing, okay, and rental, which we're not funding to the Act 279. It is part of a larger project that it also includes the next expansion of the Hawaii Community College system. So it's got a lot of positive vibes to it, and definitely not a big cost item for us.
Next item is Panava residential lots.
Sorry, quick question. One more was you're looking at a 64 multifamily transitional rental units. Just as we progress in this, whenever we progress in it, when the funds become available, but the department will take more of an active role in whoever the agency we acquire. After going to Laupua stores and hearing those firsthand, I'd like to see us do a better job when we cross that bridge in monitoring and taking more of an in-depth role in our rental units when we cross that bridge.
And so the other, we are looking at doing a workshop for Light Tech, and so bringing in those that actually author and manage that program, so we can be able to educate more of what this program is about and how we can have more of that type of control as well as landowners.
So I think there is definitely a place for that in the spectrum of needs for beneficiaries. I think for myself especially, learning more about it would be a lot better too.
Thank you.
Question. Since Light Tech was mentioned, I do think it's important we have a workshop. We have had a lot of objection to Light Tech. People who have and continue to participate in rent with option to purchase. On January 26th, those stories they shared were eye-opening for me and others. And I learned that they're not even considered beneficiaries in that program until 15 years down the road when they get their lease. And so they are considered tenants. And so that's part of the challenge that they experience. Also, when we talk about Act 279, the intention was immediate waitlist reduction. This is a 15-year program. That's how long it takes for them to get qualified or to even be considered. I do believe there are other ways to meet the need to issue leases quicker, meeting the AMI from that 60% level or 80 or below. I think there are other programs we should consider. That this is maybe one, but after listening to what our beneficiaries go through, I'm less supportive of light tech. But I do think as a result of where I sit on this issue, a workshop is absolutely essential. So thank you.
Yeah, let me just respond. I agree. We will be doing a workshop next month. I'd also like to just let people know that we do have some legislation in the legislature to address that issue, that 15-year wait, whereby we'll separate the funding approach for the vertical construction from the land, where the land, we would issue a homestead lease right off the bat, thereby eliminating that difference, but more importantly, getting the homestead to the family, and then more importantly, avoid that 15-year wait, including the risk of them possibly dying before the 15-year conversion takes place, and then the heir, assuming they're only 25%, losing out. So right now, we're addressing that at the legislature. We've been getting some pretty positive responses, and I think we'll be able to address that, but it is a concern.
Thank you. The next item is Paneva residential lots. And so you see here that we have in the amended plan is to allocate 1 million towards that, and we defer the remainder of it. There's other things that we need that are required, studies that Raymond had mentioned. And so that's one of the reasons why we had looked at the deferral of that. There's about 600 lots that are projected for it. The other was dealing with infrastructure, but wastewater.
As we previously said, there's a huge wastewater line that has to be built for this project. And it's critical. And to me, that has to be resolved first above all else. And once we have that resolved, the rest of the project will move very quickly. And it benefits not only this project, but that entire area is a Hawaiian homelands, prior projects there exist. So we're going to be able to hook up a whole lot of people to the sewer systems, which will be of a huge benefit to us.
So is this the one you mentioned about 3 miles worth of sewage line?
No.
Have you guys been working with Hawaii County?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I attended a meeting with Chair some time ago, and they were very receptive to helping the department out. So,
as much as they'd like to help us, but Hawaii County has a huge, they have a problem. They got a sewer plant they have to upgrade.
yes,
So it's a joint problem to solve in terms of money.
right.
To me, the best source of this is going to go into federal funding. And the chair has retained some experts in federal funding on our division. So we're going to be focusing on this quite a bit. Right. But it's not something that's going to happen overnight or within the next year or two. But once we get it resolved, okay, my personal hopes is that that project will eventually yield over 1,000 homes, okay? Because once we solve the sewer, the rest will fall in place.
Right. So I understand the sewer part. What about water and other infrastructure?
They have access to water right now. As a matter of fact, the roadway there was put in place back in 1968, okay? And, it's got some of the utilities. And fortunately, on that side of the island, water is not as big a problem. Transmission is. But when we deal with the system for, the sewer, we can possibly solve all that simultaneously. But the conversations we had with Hawaii County is that we need to do this unilaterally, okay, where we can get their monies and our monies to maximize the benefits. And as much as, I've heard people say, well, we don't need to care about the counties. Well, I think we do, because to me, how we work together on some of this will enhance a lot of problems that we currently have.
Let me also say something. Last week, myself and Lehua and Gigi Corral, who's kind of heading up our federal funding initiative based on her past work, where she was very successful in working with Nakupa. I think she raised 30-40 million in federal funds for infrastructure. So I've got her working on it. We went up, we met with the EPA, we met with the HUD, we also met with USRD, and there, as well as the White House administration, and the governor is actually up there now making the same requests, whereby there is significant, right now, federal funds based on the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was passed. So this isn't a situation where, we got to wait till Congress decide whether to make the fund. It's there. So we are actively pursuing that. And then just recently, I got an email, we just got $2 million for the water sewer, for the Laopua project, $2 million, Then we're receiving another 3.7 for the Kauluoka project, again, for sewer or infrastructure work. So it's just started, but I believe that we will be very, very successful in going after this infrastructure money, especially because the way we're presenting it. If you look at the matrix, we are using 600 million for 28 different projects. Some we defer, but we break it down into phases 1 and 2. Phase 1, we use the 600 million for infrastructure. Phase 2, which entails about 628 million, is dependent on funding. But what I'm saying is when we go up there and we show specific project, specific number of lots in phase 2, as well as specific costs, that not only reflects the second sequence of the state actually moving forward, getting projects done, and more importantly, we have not only the land in place, but we also have developers in place. For example, the Kauluoka project, Gentry is tasked with building 700 units. We're going to do 450 in the first phase, but assuming we get the 60 million, which I'm, fairly optimistic, cautiously optimistic, but optimistic that we'll get the 60 million for the next phase of 250. Not only will they see that, the stub outs are in place, the lands are set up, as well as you guys saw in the paper, we're going to do paper leases for those 250. So people will have leases so that not only do we have the project, the cost, as well as people waiting for the developer to move forward, assuming it gets the funding, but the developer is tasked through the developer agreement that he's obligated to follow through on the second phase, assuming that we do get the funding. But it's a very positive situation, and I think it's never been done by the department in the past, where we do these large projects, result not only in major awards, but also people that are ready to go, as well as projects that have the model set up, the permitting, the subdivision, everything in place. And so it's an exciting time. And so, when staff put this thing together, as well as deciding how to phase it, they're also tasked with not only picking the developers, but more importantly, quantifying not only the number of units, but the costs. And so we're excited, when we get into second phase, we're done with the NEPA, we're done with the EA, we're done and we're ready to move. We have the models, we have the lots in place. So it's really a matter of funding. I think realistically, we'll have a hard time with the legislature. Realistically, with the feds, it's an exciting time, guys. And so, I hope you guys get to understand what we're trying to do here with this matrix. And then, like I said, my meetings up in Washington, we have staff, we met with the staff people up there, the people that actually put the numbers together. And so we've already had some pretty quick response in millions of dollars coming to us fairly immediately. So we look forward in the next coming, months, And that's the other thing, we gotta show them that we're ready to go. That's why we gotta encumber the 600 million we had by June 30th, 2024, which is what the game plan is. But, you know, I think these guys have done a wonderful job. I look forward to working with our congressional delegation, which we also met. They were all impressed with what we're doing. They're very optimistic, very supportive. And so, you know, even working with the different counties, they're real supportive. They have a vested interest in us getting our infrastructure, because oftentimes in our grant requests or application, we're asking for a bigger sewer system that will not only service our homesteaders, but also the community or the public at large. And so that makes it even more attractive for the feds to fund those types of projects. So anyway, what you guys?
You know, Chair, just to add to that, we have, you know, we're fortunate with the delegation that we have in DC right now, the support that Senator Schatz has been giving us, as well as Department of Interior, having the secretary be a native, an indigenous person really plays a big part for us as Hawaiians. So looking forward to seeing where some of those funding will come from. The next item I want to cover was.
Before you go on, I'd like to reinforce something that the chair said about phase 1 and phase 2. I'm not as familiar, I don't pursue government financing, I come from the private side. But when I go to banks who are extremely critical, okay, when you have a successful phase 1, getting the phase 2 finance is like, it's like shooting ducks in a gallery, because they see the success of phase 1. They'll jump on for phase 2 because it doesn't require as much brain power. In phase 1, you dealt with the infrastructure, you dealt with all the environmental issues, you dealt with everything. So phase 2, all you gotta do is build the houses. It's a much simpler decision for them to make. It's lower risk, and it produces the most important things, is homes for Hawaiians and for the people, which actually is what they're looking for. That's what they're gonna go out there and politicize, because it's gonna make them look good. So, you know, that phase 1 and 2 is a very critical process. It's, you know, the first phase is a tough one. The second phase is easy.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement and say thank you guys, thank you know everyone who got together to put this together, because Hawaii Island came out really good on this. So appreciate all the consideration you guys put into this.
Yeah, well, I think when you look at the Big Island, like Laokua, I mean, you already got some villages that have already been done. So we're just expanding into other villages, and that's the easy one. Plus, what's nice about that one, that's our land. So when we put out the RFQs, we've in the process of identifying a developer that will be responsible for the whole thing, with the exception of Village 5 or Village 4. Yeah. So it again, you know, you have a developer that's gonna not only do phase 1, but will also be doing phase 2, and they're already in place. So on a timing standpoint, not only are you doing accelerated phase 1, but you're ready to move into and transition into phase 2. And if we get our funding, which I think we are gonna get it, we can consolidate phase 1 and 2 and put them together. Yeah. So I realize some of you guys, oh, you know, what about Molokai, what about these? I'm hopeful, and especially with the infrastructure, especially on ag, subsistence ag, those are the kind of things that the USDA really likes to fund. So I'm very hopeful that we will get the funding, but also take heart in that we will be issuing leases, so that we eliminate that issue where somebody dies and the heir is 25%, they don't get anything. So we will accelerate that also. Some people criticize that, so be it, but I think that is addressing a very big problem because of our aging wait listers. And so we need to address that also.
My main point is I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys' effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Jump over to Maui County on Lanai. There is, so we had that phase one that we still have 16 lots that haven't been built on, but they've been leased out. The department's working with them to see what kind of resources they can get. But this is in particular, this is in relation to the next set that's coming up. And so in phase two, there's offsite infrastructure that needs to be done. Right adjacent to this, the county has been projecting for a number of years to do some kind of affordable housing, and they finally awarded a bid for that particular area. So the time is now. Resources aren't available as well available on Lanai. So partnering up at the same time that the county is doing their project serves us well. And so that's the reason for moving forward on this $2 million set aside for the Lanai residence lots offsite infrastructure. And Commissioner, as you had mentioned, there are these other two on Molokai, Ho'olehua and Naiva. We've gone through a number of different meetings that have talked about it in detail. And as Chair said, hopeful that there are additional funds that will be out there.
I just want to remind you that Naiva, those lots were awarded. So there are people that was awarded a lease, but they can't build because there's no infrastructure. And you can't get a loan without infrastructure, proper infrastructure, okay? So you're looking at 9.5 million out of that 600 million. To me, it's a drop in a bucket, 9.5 million. I mean, give it to Molokai, for example, So, I don't know. But if you're gonna defer it, like you are proposing, it's another 3-4 years they gotta wait. So that's just my, on that one.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm gonna jump over to line item 11, which is Puhona Homestead subdivision. So we had some off-site water tank development that needs to be done. And then we also have funds encumbered for that particular area, providing us roughly about 161 lots. So this is where we had talked about site construction needs to be done. Some design and site work also needs to be done in this particular project.
Comment?
Yes.
So I do want to express my gratitude for Chair removing multifamily units on Maui. I think that's really important. Anytime I see light tech, I want to raise the issue because our beneficiaries they stand in opposition to light tech. So I do think this is a consultation that's required as we move forward with these models. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Honoko'ai Subsistence Ag Phase 1. As mentioned here, we had monies that were already encumbered for the design and site construction, and we've deferred some of the other stuff because of out to Phase 2. No questions on that. Leali'i 1B, I know there's a lot of eyes on Leali'i because of the west side. So there are work that's being done in the subdivision side, working on the development agreement. We're still waiting for, I think we're working with AG's office on that, as well as the offsite water development and site construction that needs to be done for that particular project. Andrew, did you have anything on the offsite water for Leali'i?
I believe that our land development division is looking to finalize the draft environmental assessment and bringing it to the commission at its March meeting for information.
Thank you. Items 14 and 15 is Wailuku and Wai'ehu, Mocha. We're in the process of, or this, did you want?
They spoke about earlier too.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions on that? None?
Yeah, those funds are encumbered. So it's already encumbered. We have a developer agreement.
Next item down is Kamalani land acquisition. We talked about that a little bit. The infrastructure as well as the phase one. Did you have any questions on Kamalani? Commissioner Awol?
No, I think. Yes, so my understanding is, number one, it's in Kihei, and there are certain benefits with, what was it, drainage that's already available to us. Can you go through that one more time for me? Thank you.
If you drive along Veterans Freeway and you approach Kihei, it's the first turn on the left. It is literally the project right there, okay? The phase one was built by A&B, which is the multifamily project. Phase 2 and 3 is what we're acquiring. Now, what we've done is, even though A&B originally planned multifamily units in there too, we converted everything to single family. I'm going through, I'm planning a meeting with Maui County actually this week to basically review our new master plan going all single family. A&B was successful in making sure that they elevate this property because there is a ditch there, okay, that's been famous for overflowing and flooding. We've basically made sure that we acquire additional fill material from Mahipono adjacent to fill the property so that we never have that drainage problem or the flooding problem along, because it is adjacent to the gulch, okay? So the drainage problem is somewhat resolved. I need to reconfirm with Maui County on that. The second thing is the water is available, okay? We have to drill 2 wells, which is built into our budget. We've acquired, the local water expert has determined what we need to do as far as that's concerned. The sewer is minimal. It's, the total improvement for the sewer system is $600,000. We connect to the sewer system, okay? So water, sewer, drainage, all resolved. Electrical is not an issue. We have an improvement that we're required to do on the highway right there for the intersections, the connections. We have budgeted to do those improvements, but the chair has expressed that we might have an opportunity with DOT where they might get federal funds to support that, which will reduce some of the costs for that project. It has done its EIS, it's done its AIS, so all the preliminary stuff is done. So the next step is getting concurrence with Maui County on all the changes that we're making and making sure that they're acceptable, in which case we can start moving forward on construction. So that's the beauty of that project. It is as close to shovel ready as we can probably get it at this stage. The biggest problem though is we are changing it. We're reducing the density by removing the multifamily and making it all single family. So that's the key right now.
Okay, yeah, so thank you for that. Water is assured that always gives me pause because we have to drill the well first to determine if we have a well site. So is that coming from some kind of information that you already know about?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm using a guy named Tom Nance, who's pretty much the water guru on the Hawaiian Islands, and he's done other wells nearby. So he actually knows what the results are going to be. And he's told me, I still have to do a reverse osmosis system, but with that, we should be done.
And is the plan to work in concert with the County of Maui?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm going to jump over to Oahu. We have 2 development agreements. One is for Kaupea, and that's with Mark Development that we're still working on. The other is for East Kapolei, and that's with Gentry. And so these 2 we're currently actively working on the development agreement. And I had shared earlier in our workshop, talked about the various villages that we're looking at. That's being worked on, and that's included in that development agreement. Any questions on Kapolei?
I think there was a question raised earlier about Maili, okay? And just so people understand is, the basic reason for deferral is, number one, obviously we heard the people do not like multifamily, so that has to be redesigned to some degree for single family. But it does have a high cost because based on the current engineering study, it has to be filled almost 20 feet, which is a considerable cost. That, and there's an unresolved issue with EV, or with it's a combination of historic and a combination of environmental, because unfortunately the contamination area overlaps the historic site. So that also needs to get resolved. So it's not something that's going to get resolved in the near future. It's something that we're kicking it down the road largely because we need time to resolve some of these problems.
Chair, I have a question. Do you know an approximate cost, additional cost to that project as well as the NOAA site?
Well, for the number that Stewart guys came up with was $60 million. Okay. I think it's not outrageous, but it is a significant number if we follow the current standard. Okay, but to me, everything changes when you start changing unit counts. Because when you get rid of the multifamily, you reduce the unit counts, you gotta figure out how that does affect sewer flow, because part of the elevation issue is not just for drainage, but it's for sewer capacity. Because unfortunately, there's not enough gravity flow from that property that goes down to connect with the permanent sewer system. So that's a study that has to be done also and predetermined. So that's for Maili. Okay, the one you're talking about, Eva, I think Andrew's a big expert on, but based on what I last saw is, unfortunately, until we resolve the issue of the ocean rise, okay, the unit count is nominal. And there's some other issues that have to be resolved. And my small portion is, my suggestion is that we possibly get access to the USGA site adjacent that we can drain into, which will help a great deal. We've already spoke with Senator Schatz's office, and they're very helpful, but working with the federal government on any of this stuff is talking years, okay? But at least my understanding from USGA is they don't see a problem right now so far, okay? And I think the chair has also spoken to them also, so. But this is a deferral because we need more time to resolve some of these problems. So it's not something we want to put on the front burner because it's not going to happen for a while. Andrew, you want to jump in?
Just to add on to that, so we're at a point in the planning process where we have developed some alternatives for our beneficiaries to look at. We plan to survey our beneficiaries via mail. That survey should go out in the beginning of March to all of those on the Oahu wait list. We're going to give them 30 days to give us their comments on the alternatives, which include getting beneficiary feedback on what the department should do with the areas that are anticipated to have issues from sea level rise. So as Ray had said, future conversations with our beneficiaries and future study of the site preclude us from using Act 279 monies on this particular one in the short term, because we need the additional time to have those conversations and do those studies to make sure that we have a proper recommendation for what to do with those lands that are susceptible to sea level rise.
The next item that we have was Eva Villages. We removed that from the.
That was what we just talked about.
Yeah. And then the other is Mill Camp. That one we're currently in the process of working on a development agreement. And then we also have that came in with the RFP is Marina Lot 10A. And we had initially had $1 million that was appropriated back a couple of sessions ago. And it was for $1 million to DHHL for acquisition in Hawaii. So this will also play a part to that. acquisition and being able to provide monies to be able to build that out later. I'll jump over to Kauai County. Commissioner, did you have any questions or in regards to the Kauai County items?
No, really, the same comments about, using LIHTC for the Hanapepe area just because of the problems we're having with the rent to own in other projects. And the other thing is, I'd like to see the Kuleana, instead of deferring it, put it back at 24. The site will be ready the end of the year, and we award in January. So I don't know why we're quibbling over $5 million. We've been working that project since 18. That'll take 115 people off the wait list. We award in January of next year. We should be done. It's minor work. The problem I see also is I understand Julie Cachola was saying that there's possibly some expirations to EAs that could be a problem. And we have to redo that EA all over again. That's going to be more cost. But this Kuleana is really important to our community. We've been working on it for a long time. We had agreement with Green Energy to go in and take all the Albizia, which they did. They put in roads, and we're just late getting there. Now the roads are all covered by bushes. I talked to Jeremy McKeppa from the fire department, Kauai Fire Department. He's willing to work with us and do control burns to help get that project moved along. So I'd like to have that funding put back into 24. Now, as far as the, as far as the other project, if we need to put, if we're trying to get, we're trying to put money away so we can utilize the 600 million and make our portfolio look better moving forward. I don't have a problem with that, but I just want to make everybody understand, we do have two major communities and we love our communities. We want to develop a new one from down the road. And if that's the way we need to put the funding away, then albeit.
I think on the Golds Farm, Steve Case situation, we don't acquire it now, we'll lose it because they're in the process of selling, and there's other people there. Don Horn has been real cooperative and helpful to the program. We're getting each lot for $70,000 an acre, and that's unheard of. It's zone ag. That's one of the reasons why the price is such a good price. Then we're also giving them some affordable housing credits to get the price down also. But it's a fantastic opportunity that if we don't get it now, we'll lose it.
If I'd like to request that if we do go there, we have a Filipino center in Kauai, but we don't have a Hawaiian Home Center. And I think we need to make sure that we're going to build that out properly. We need to have a center for Native Hawaiians so we can all gather. Thank you.
If nothing further on the Grove Farm one, because we talked about that earlier, we have scattered lots, and that's throughout. And that's something that I mentioned as well. So we're looking at about 200 lots that we have scattered throughout the Pai'aina. And those are the ones that we're looking at doing turnkey for and being able to provide an opportunity to get that awarded soon. Commissioner Helm, you mentioned something about the project financing partnerships, et cetera, 30 mil. And that one, we actually had deferred that now to look for some partnerships and additional funding. It was the last.
What number is that?
It was the very last item on
statewide.
Yeah, it said statewide project financing partnerships.
Yes.
Is that the one that you mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah, so that one we deferred.
Yeah, I see.
Any other questions about specific projects?
Sure. Yeah, I just want to make a statement. I'd like to thank Ray and Kalani for their excellent work, even though if I kind of came across a little angry because I'm kind of, I'm just trying trying to represent, yeah, that's my job, to represent our beneficiaries. So that, I just want to thank you guys. I know you guys do a lot of work and it's not easy. And you guys are experts in the work you're doing, so I just wanted to make that comment, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been, the department has been very fortunate. These two guys come into work for us, and I also have to thank them for their excellent work.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank all of you folks for all the work. Stuart is not here, and he could use your prayers for healing. So we thank him in absentia. And Commissioner Helm and Commissioner Nevis, you should never apologize. Ever.
I haven't yet.
No. We represent, and we need to have our voices heard in this commission. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I was just about to say, Zach, no need to apologize. You're doing your job.
Yes. Yeah. So Chair, I'd like to, so a lot of this funding for push to 25, deferred price to 25. When we get funding, I'd like to have, I want to be selfish. I'd like to have that scattered lot, or not the scattered lots, but the $5 million pushed back specifically for our project, because I think it gets 115 people off the list, and cost to the beneficiary is all us. There's no cost. We get on, we build our own homes, okay?
Yeah, we're already getting, I mean, just in the last month or so, about 5.7 million spent funding for infrastructure that replaces some of the money we spent.
I'll take 5.
Yes. So we'll when we get the funds, we'll make adjustments. But the 28 projects, even though some have been deferred, they're still priority projects.
Yeah.
Above any other projects we might be looking at.
Correct.
So they will get priority. Yep. Okay, we got some people that want to testify. So why don't we? Okay. First one, Kanani Mina.
Ohe mea hiti a kātou takanaka, a ka hiti nā mea pau I ke atua. Mahalo nui ua I autu pātai a pau loa, he mea hou te anau, e herei a wala au I mua autu a pau loa. A ole wau, I here mua e hai a kui mua. O tā poe like mea autu, poe po titie. Ka mahalo nui a autu. Tau nā wale no te ia aina ma wai pōwi. Complex patela a oe meita I no ta poe kamali'i, ta poe tupuna, mea a ohe pā. No na poe kamali'i mea paani ano kokote loa, ma ta alanui au puni, oia ta alanui laula, a ole pono nona keiti, a ole pono nona tupuna, mea pono oe pi te alapi I heli nuna I loko tahale. Ke tahi mana o no hana pepe, aina ho kuru hana pepe, no mātou te poe ni ihau, a oe hiti te utu like me te anota low income housing, na hale haa te utu, I loko te umitu malima makahiti, ina oe mate e tu ai aku, aina a ole oe makautau me ka tāla, a ole pomu, tau mano te rā te oe, e here ana, a ohe lo I a e taina. E no ni hau mai mau, a ai o te noni ma tau ai mata ai no kurukula o kutaha. Mahalo I autu a pauloa, no te ia la, na ki atua noi malama mi a kātu pātei o pōtu atu no ana mani, to katu halele ani kia wahi, na kia tua malami a katu mate ala nui, a hiki to kawa i poe home pate, mahalo nui lo, o ia wale no to unao.
So Kanani is originally from Niihau that resides in Keikaha. So she and I just came over because we were at a meeting on Saturday that kind of opened our eyes. So e kalamai aloha, commissioners and Chairman Kali Watson. I'm Claire Hill. I reside on the west side of Kauai, and I was born and raised on the west side of Kauai. So I thank you for the opportunity for us to share our mana'o today. I'm opposed to the courtyard at Waipoli apartment building, and that's one of the reasons, like that. You know, it's like it's an apartment. Yeah, we were told that when we're going to have a lot, we're going to have a lot, not an apartment, not be living in a box. Plus, it's at in Waipoli. So Waipoli has a flood zone. Waipoli is that complex, does not have a fenced-in area. So if you had keiki, they cannot go outside unless you're outside. And if you're outside and you're on the main highway and the ball goes on that side, boom, there's going to be an accident. Yeah, and who's going to be liable for that? Right? Plus, you have your 15 years. After your 15 years, you're paying rent. Then you have the option to purchase it. You're going to purchase it, and then you're going to have a 30-year mortgage on top of that. So Hawaiian's going to be there for what? 45 years you're paying for that? To be living over there? That's not fair for our Hawaiian people. Yeah, and that's in Waipoli, and that's very busy. So for me, that's not a very good idea all the way around. So I oppose that apartment complex in Waipoli. The other thing is that, you know, when you look at that situation and you go, 15 years apartment, 99 years lot, what would you choose? Us and Hawaiian people, 99 years. We want our lot. Yeah, so all of this deferment and everything. I've been on the wait list for over 40 years. Yeah, and so now it's going to be deferred. When are we going to get it again? And I'm number 154. So am I going to wait another 40 years and not live to even be on Hawaiian lands? I don't think so. I want something to be done on the west side for us, for our people. Yeah, I also oppose that in Hanapepe, like that again. Come on now, we want our homes. We live on the west side. That is home for us. Never mind Waipoli, never mind Isenberg. Yeah, we are a hui. If you come on the west side, you're gonna find, you know, you look at somebody and you go, oh, that's a Keali. Yeah, you go in the store, you go, you want Keali, you want Malama. Yeah, and you know what? When we were raised, it's like everybody helping each other. So Uncle, who was over here testifying, he's asking for a chair. Nobody went go get him a chair. I came in and got 2 chairs for them because he needed to sit outside. Is that Hawaiian? Is that Pono? Is that what Hawaiian homes is all about? Is that what we do to our Hawaiian people? That's not what Prince Kuhio wanted for his Hawaiian people. He wanted them to have a lot for 99 years. He wanted them to be with Ohana. Yeah, if we went to the apartment, they cannot stay more than 3 days. And they have to register, only get 1 stall. Come on now. Do you have that at your house? No. You probably have at least 1-car garage. Yeah? And that's what we want to do. And if we have a 1-car garage, we can change it into a room for somebody to come and live with us. But we cannot do that at the apartment. That is not fun. That is really not fun for us. So, you know, I just want to say that I would want a lot for my ohana, for it to continue for generations. And that's why we have 99 years, not 15. That's not even a generation, right? So for me, I say we want our lot. Hawaii wants their lot. Do not defer us for whatever reason that you guys think is right. But that's my mana'o, is imua with our lots. Lots, not apartment, not light tech, our lots. That Prince Kuhio promised his Hawaiian people. And that's your kuleana, yeah? You have to ask yourself, why do I do what I do? Because you work for Prince Kuhio. Nobody else. And you don't even get paid. Now that is a lot of heart. To be put in this long meeting and not get paid. Yes? And you're doing it for your people. That's why we do what we do. We do it for our people, for the betterment of our people. That's why we're here. We want our people not to go, oh, poor thing, oh, Hawaiian's always late. Those are all myths from way before. Yeah? We are not like that anymore. Yeah? There are other people who's trying to pick up the lokui. Aren't you guys part of that? To pick up the lokui and move us forward? That's what you're here for. That's what we're here for. We want our lakui to move forward. Imuang. Yeah? And just because Kamehameha never conquered Kauai doesn't mean that we're going to stand by. Okay, mahalo for our testimony. Thank you for all that you do.
Chair, if I could just say, I want to thank the both aunties for coming from Kauai. We had our meeting on Saturday, and when we asked for volunteers, we sort of looked around the room, nobody wanted to stand up. Because they all work. Everybody works. Took about 20 minutes for the two aunties to stand up. I appreciate them coming here. And that's when I talk about Kauai. She's right. When I first moved there, they knew where I was on the other side of the island. 15 minutes later, they were telling me about it. But that's what we want. That's pure Hawaii. And I love you, aunties, for coming. Mahalo.
Yeah, if I could add, since we're back to Waipoli, I do want to reaffirm my opposition to that purchase. And what I'm hearing from Kauai is return to the Aina. And when we talk about the 2020 survey being the driving force behind Act 279, for example, if you look at the 2020 survey, 76% of our beneficiaries want single-family homes, the largest of all the islands. When you combine ag land to residential wants, 94.6% of Oahu beneficiaries want Aina. You combine that with Maui, 88% want Aina. Hawaii, 80.4%. Kauai, 86.6%. Molokai, 84.3%. Lanai, 83.7%. It's clear. It is clear. We want to return our people to Aina, not to boxes, 99 years. If one generation is 20 to 30 years, that's a minimum of 3 generations locked in boxes. I oppose that, and I will continue to oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, next testifier, Rowena Hennigan.
Aloha. I'm Rowena Contreras Pangan from the island of Kauai as well. I'm here to oppose the agenda item C4. I'm in the strategic plan from 2022, Kauai is allotted 100 lots and 82 lots in Hanapepe, were to be awarded this year. This is where my ohana is from. In the proposal amended strategic plan on the agenda today, the lots this year will be 0. Shame on you guys. It also suggests that there will be 82 light tech units for the beneficiaries. It is clear that our beneficiaries do not want to live there, the courtyards of Waipoli. My ohana from the Ihau are saying no to this proposed plan. They are here today for the very first time to speak up and say, this is not pono. Stop trying to put us in an apartment house and give us back our aina. Eo, ni ihau, ame Kauai.
Okay, next testifier, Blossom Patera.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. That's going to be a very difficult act to follow, but I'm going to try really hard. Mahalo for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the opportunity to testify in opposition to item C4 on your agenda today. For the record, my name is Blossom Fichera. I am the advocacy director for Kupono Kaleo Ka'aina. It's a housing advocacy organization that we started this year in response to addressing the affordable housing crisis in Hawaii. Concerns that led me to oppose C4, first of all, is when we compare the original strategic plan and the number of lots that were allocated or identified, we had 3,163 lots identified. In this new iteration of your strategic plan, we're looking at 6,075 lots, which is a great number to get around. Unfortunately, as you develop your plan, you then began to defer projects into fiscal year 2025. That resulted in a decrease in the number of lots available down to 1,741. Okay, that's half of the original strategic plan. Okay, the other thing is that while you have deferred these projects over to the next fiscal year, given the situation with Lahaina and the commitment of the state of Hawaii to support Lahaina in their efforts, I do not believe that we can have the confidence in the legislature to provide the department with $638 million over the next fiscal year. And so what I would recommend, Mr. Chair, is that we reiterate the original Act 279 strategic plan. I think it's the best way to go right now until the legislature sees fit to revisit the needs of the department. I don't believe that any of the deferred projects that you have put into the next fiscal year is going to get any support at all until Lahaina is resolved. Thank you.
Okay, next testifier, Patty Turia.
Aloha Chairman, aloha Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'm going to just speak on my moku, my island of Waianae. So thank you to the PIG. I mean, you brought up about Maili, and it was very disappointing to hear about Maili development project. We were told, even at our neighborhood board, that Maili project was moving forward. Part of the 2022 strategic plan, Maili project, the funding of filling that property was already in that project as we move forward in the budget. I'm not sure, this is the first time I heard about EV Kupuna, EV that was, you brought up that is holding up the project. That's the only project actually in Waianae. And we have 3 commissioners here from Oahu. We don't have anything in Waianae. Amazing. Thank you to the Big Island. Congratulations, Makai and Mike. You guys were rewarded really good. Maui, you have your projects really well going. And so, you know, I question Maili project because we did have at least 3 beneficiary consultation. Through that consultation with our beneficiaries, this whole about the budget or the EV or not supporting multifamily was never even discussed. I think we had great meetings with consultation of beneficiaries. So it's really sad. Sonoy, in your district, Waianae, Ole for Waianae again, this whole project of Maili was put in when Chairman Ayla and we first started with the 600 million allocation. This was the first project that went in. Pauline, you was on the PIG. What changed? Why now that I see 0 for Waianae? So we just got to go back to our community and tell them again, Waianae is left out, and we don't see any other new beneficiary homes that are going to be developed. I'm not sure what you're going to do with the Voice of America property or Ulukekekui property as we speak, and that is adjacent to each other. So it's very disappointing. We will continue to lobby the Senate and see our senators and see what happened with Waianae, and to see how this can be worked at. We don't ask much, and this project was talked about in 2022. And so with Waianae, I see that we have Hawaii Kai move forward. That was never talked about in a strategic plan. There's different projects here on your list that Eva Beach, Eva Village, and congratulations, East Kapolei, you have that 450 that homes that you folks are going to be developing. So again, I don't know what to say, but very disappointing that Waianae didn't hit the Act 279, and hopefully that we can look at what Oahu and the pig is trying to fix that and put that in the budget. So thank you.
Next testified Jermaine Myers.
As Leah passed up this form for you, aloha, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm an Anakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee since 2001. But Leah is passing out to you. I created this street because it was just difficult to understand the other one. How much money is actually Act 279, which is 600 million? And then what is, reaching out for fiscal year 25 with, as far as I'm concerned, it's called LDD projects. It's not Act 279. It was never Act 279 to have 1.2 million. Earlier this morning, I made a mistake when I said to all of you that Chair Cully he deviated from the strategic plan, and I said 100,000. It's actually 147 million that never came before this commission for its approval. You're coming through for the pig to say, hey, is it okay for us to use the money this way? But how come $147.9 million was allocated in fiscal year encumbered in 23 without coming to this commission? Every time I've seen Act 279, it's always been FYI, FYI, FYI. And it's never been, can you approve these changes that we're making? So I will share with you, first of all, commissioners on Oahu, I am so disappointed. I'm so very disappointed when I did this sheet and I got to see for my own eyes what I thought was already there. So on page 1, right there, on page 1, you're gonna see the islands. I grouped it by island: Hawaii, Lanai, Molokai, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai. And Kauai and statewide is on page 2. But if you go to page 2 right now, so that I can give you an overview of the entire thing, on page 2 on the bottom, you'll see a summary. And right now, the Big Island and Oahu has the largest wait list. Oahu's got 15,500, Big Island got 15,400. When there's parity, then there is opportunity for those that are been on the wait list or been waiting on the wait list or wanna be on these specific islands. So Oahu and Hawaii got 15,000. But, when you look at the purple column, that's the 600 million strategic plan that was submitted in 2022 by the previous PIG. And if you look at it, there's parity. Every island got, and on Oahu's, you got $257 million. Maui got 105, Hawaii got 73. Maui only has wait lists of 9,400. But after all said and done, when you look at the summary of everything, Act 279, Maui's going home with $291 million. We started off with 105 in the strategic. They got 186 more million dollars than it started off in the strategic plan. On the Big Island, they started off with 73 million, ended up with 63 million Act 279. But when you jump over to the fiscal year 25 column, the blue one, you see that there's 237 million. They got the most money that's allocated for them when it comes to fiscal year 25. The big axe for another 600 million. Then the next after that is Oahu. Oahu got 194. Did I mention Oahu? Yeah. Oahu got 194 million. But if you look, the strategic plan was 257 million. We're short $63 million of Act 279 money for when you look at parity. And then when you go to the other islands, if we start off with Lanai, they got 2 million, Act 279. Molokai, they asked for 9.5 million, got 0. And then on Kauai, they asked for 28 million and got 38 million allocated. And so they're in the plus 10 million. As far as statewide, it started off with strategic 125 million, but now if you look at it, it's 75 million. But in 2025, $100 million is being allocated for verticals, for rentals. It's on the first sheet, but we can go back to that. So when I all said and done and I added all the projects, Big Island got 7 projects, Lanai got 1, Molokai started off with 2, got -2, got 0. Maui started up, got 6, Oahu's got 8, then in -3. 3 projects got nothing of Act 279, so they only got 5 projects. And then on Kauai, they started off with 3, and they're down to -1, so they're down to 2. But guess what? The rentals, all said and done, we had started off with 27 projects, -6, down to 21 projects. But with rentals, you guys gave 9 projects rentals. What that means is, out of the whole $600 million, 43% of the money is going towards those 9 projects for rentals. 57% are going to lot development. Now, I'm assuming it's lot development because the only way I can tell if there's a rental, if there's something that says multifamily, kupuna, transitional, or low-income housing tax credit. That's the only way that I was able to identify. But yet, when you look at the spreadsheet, it says lot. It doesn't say rental, it says lot. We're gonna get lots. So it was really hard to read it, and that's why I created the spreadsheet. So if you go back on the front, page 1, starting from the top left, you see that I grouped them into island. Then the purples represent Act 279, original strategic plan and budget. And then when you look at the yellow, yellow is all of the PIG, the new PIG. That's what all the yellow projects are. They're fiscal year 24 PIG projects. Then when you look at the orange, I tried to identify rentals. And then when you go over to the red, that's showing you on Oahu, our chairman took $144 million for these 3 projects without coming to the commission for approval. On Big Island, he took $2 million without coming to this commission for approval. And then when you go to the last column, the blue one is LDD projects. It's another $600 million for another day. It's not Act 279. And so when I go down, if you go down this, I'm just gonna highlight a few things to bring to your attention. You're gonna see that even though we were told that there's lots, but you're gonna see that there's kupuna on Big Island. And I already mentioned to you all the rental projects, and you can pull them from here. But I was astonished to see that Ho'olehu got no Act 279, Naiva got no Act 279. They started off with 9.45 million and went down to 0. And then when we go over to Maui, wow, Maui, they got 6 projects, but 3 of them are rentals. And you can see them, the low-income housing tax credit, like Pu'uhona. The other one is Leali'i, that's a rental. And then Kamalani infrastructure, that's gonna be rentals. And then when you go down to Oahu, okay, so Oahu, we started off with all of this lot development on Oahu and all the purple ones. But then you'll see that when you go down to the two last purple ones, got nothing. Miley Development got nothing, no money. Eva Beach got no money for NOAA. And then Eva Villages, Haseko got no money. So I don't know why they're on this list. If it's just showing us that they started off with intention for parity and to serve the needs of our Native Hawaiians, but somehow it went into the rental realm. And then when you go down, so out of those 8 projects, 3 of them got no money, so they turned into 5. And out of the 5 Oahu projects, 3 are going to be rentals. I don't know how much rentals, because in the list, it doesn't tell you. And when I went on those slides that we were watching earlier, it doesn't show me. It doesn't say, it says lot, but you go into the comment section, it says low-income housing tax credit. For example, Kaupea, Mark Development, project number 17B on Oahu. That Mark Development started off with 60 lots, but then, according to the comments, it recently turned to rent to own. What happened? What happened? And then we go to the second page so I can close it out and come to a summary. On Kauai, started off with 3 projects, but no money for Anahola Kuleana, pastoral lots. And then, but we do have Hanapepe, which is low-income housing tax credit. And then I don't know about Grove Farm Eisenberg, because there's not that column that tells us, hey guys, this much rental is going to be this, kupuna, blah, 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 blah. It's not on the list. So I think it would be great if we can have all of this list updated to tell us specifically how many rental units, kupuna, multifamily, transitional, whatever the intention was behind acquiring this property. And then go down to statewide. That one I was really confused, because when you add the purples all together on the main sheet, it comes out to $540 million for Act 279, the original strategic plan. It was short 60 million. So I assumed, and I put it into number 33, individual assistance applicant financing. I dropped 60 million there because I assume a few months ago, last year, we had Jeff Gilbreth come here, and Hawaii Community Lending, a memorandum of understanding for $100 million. So to help individuals get financial assistance for mortgages. So I don't know where that is now on Act 279. It used to be with the 60, I thought it was 100. So anyway, if you go down, 35 million we had for item number 30, which is land project acquisition, 35 million. And so it's still there. It got a fiscal year 23. And then item number 32, project financing partnership. The last word, vertical construction. Those are all rental. We already have strategic plan, 30 million allocated. We already accrued that, encumbered that 30 million 23. Why is it that now you want to pop in another $100 million in fiscal year 2025? I'm confused. And then the last statewide, because we need help with the income. Because if you're going to spend all the Nahasda money with all helping out these rentals to get built, how are you going to have Nahasda monies to help those that get lots so that they can help with mortgage? So those individual assessments. So I guess in summary, what I was concerned about after I started putting this together, some things came to my mind. Rentals give union workers jobs. They get to build all these towers. They don't have to just build single family houses. Rentals, they give, besides the carpenters, the iron workers and all those guys, but the rentals give management companies opportunities. They get jobs, they get profit, they get opportunities. You know, if you just put a lot, the homesteader is gonna go on there, they're gonna create an association, and you know, there's nobody gonna make money out of them, except, you know, when you have rentals, you're gonna make money every year, every time, every month, you're gonna make money off of them. And so that was what my concern was. I was just like, wow, how come? And then more so, how come Oahu? We started off with $257 million and we're down to now 194 million. And yet we have 15,000 on the wait list. And then when you jump over to the blue column, how did Big Island like take it all the way out there with 237 million? And Oahu is gonna get only 158 million. So where's the parity? So I vocalize what everybody else has been saying. Rentals do not bring legacy. Please have a heart for our people. And I repeat what Auntie said. Prince Kohio said, put the people back on the land, not in boxes. How many of you guys drive around and see how many cars each of us get? We get multiple cars. You want them in a rental unit where they gotta go park on the street. They gotta, most everybody in Nanakuli get 3 to 5 cars in one family. That's one thing to consider. When they're gonna get family gathering, everybody gotta go park all over on the kind. You know what the quality of life that is? And then what about the other thing? When you get a rental, your management company, DHHL's management company is gonna tell the Hawaiians, Shino can stay in here because you guys got rental subsidy. You mother like the kind, she gotta go to the doctor, she gotta get on caregivers. And you know what, nobody else can come. You can have a visitor, you can have an auntie, one uncle come from the mainland and come see you, stay at kuka, and fellowship. Is that the kind of isolated life we want? And then we just heard about the condition of the one on Kauai. I mean, we let them play around in the parking lot. They already do it at Nanakuli Halemakana, play in the parking lot. Is that the quality of life? So that's what I asked you. And so I'm hoping we get another list, and I'm hoping you oppose this tomorrow. And I'm hoping you ask for it to transfer over, the monies to transfer over to lot. I cannot understand the kind of, that urgency. It's kind of like you're going to a car dealer. You gotta hurry up, you gotta buy the car now. You cannot wait because somebody else gonna walk in and they're gonna buy them and you ain't gonna get nothing. That's what this sounds like today. When I listen to the presentation, it sounds like you gotta rush. Otherwise, you guys ain't gonna get them. So that's why you gotta go this other way. You gotta put everybody in rentals. You cannot put everybody on the land. And so what happens after you make a decision like that? For 30 years, everybody's sitting in that rental. And the quality of life I just explained to you. Is that really what Prince Kuhio wanted? I ask more from you, Commissioner Pauline Namu, because I'm on Oahu and you're on Oahu, but I'm on Homestead and you're not. Same with you, Commissioner Walter. I'm on Homestead, you're not. So how can you even say that rental is better? You don't even live in a community of a homesteader. Do you know what homestead life is like? No. Only Commissioner, and I'm so sorry, Commissioner Sonoy. We're still waiting for you. Commissioner Walter, he's gonna go in for confirmation in March. We're still waiting for you. What kind of governor we got? He put you in here in August. You've been coming diligently. You're getting to know, you're staying away from your babies, like when you come to this meeting. You're volunteering, you're not even getting paid. And this is the kind of thank you you get. You gotta wait for your confirmation. That's really sad. So I don't like this governor. I don't like him treating us like objects. There's one thing I don't like as a Native Hawaiian, when another Native Hawaiian objectifies me. But more so, when one non-Hawaiian objectifies me, it hurts even more. But both of them hurt. Both of them hurt, no matter what. You like be treated like an object? No. Auntie was just talking to us earlier. Treat us like humans. But more so, what was your purpose for being on here? Your purpose for being on here is to put the Hawaiians on the land, rehabilitate. Kia kopu, God bless all of you.
Sure, can I? Yeah, sure. Jermaine, thank you for your monologue, Jermaine. When I first saw this thing, I saw LIHTC, of course, like Commissioner Will said, hops off the page at you, right? After the last 2 meetings we had here, and the meeting we had the other night, myself and Commissioner Kilikini, very, very clear what our Native Hawaiians are looking for, and that is not the top of that priority list. So in discussions in our PAG committees meetings, as well as with Kalani and with Stewart, right now the Act 279 we're looking at, the only The only rental-owned option is that small sliver on Hanapepe. Nothing else, as far as Act 279, $600 million. Now, everything else past that, okay, that's government approval, legislative approval, and a few other things. But within that approval, like we all discussed here, we all agreed, hey, the projects that are being deferred need to be prioritized. Now, one thing I did learn from Ray was, in the Hanapepe one, I think it's 82 units to LIHTC, it's Act 279 money paid for the groundwork. LIHTC is paying for the vertical. So we're not using any Act 279 money truly for rentals. So I hear your point, and please, I don't want you guys to think, if we're doing anything up here to make you feel the way you do as far as the object, I apologize for not being more transparent and communicating better with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jermaine. I have always been impressed with your presentations to the commission, because it's obvious that you put a lot of time and effort in what you do, and that you passionately love what you do too. Well, I have to tell you that for myself, I also have friends and family who are beneficiaries. And my perspective may be a little different from yours, but as I'm also the Pelekekeno of Ahahuika Manu, and we always look after our people. Our main objective in Ahahui is to take care of each other. So when I work here, that's what I do. I have a different background because I have been in different situations. But I came from a very poor family. Very poor family. And I am better now because of education and because of people who cared for me. So when I work here and I make my decisions, and let me tell you and everyone listening, they are my decisions. You can ask people who know me, they are my decisions. So I believe that I am doing the best, and I think we are going to continue to do the best because that's what Keokua wants too. And that's what we should be doing, is working together. And I do like that you do come up and express your opinion. I think that's very important. Especially as a woman, you should be able to speak freely. But I just want you to know that for myself, I come when I can, and I do the best I can, period, for the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jermaine, closing comments. I'm still trying to decide which workshop was better. You know, I like color coding a lot, but this has at least given me some pause to look at both presentations very carefully. I'm not sure where I'm going to go yet, but I'm going to look at both very carefully tonight and try to decipher where we are actually at, because that's really what matters in this deliberation. Where are we at? Because this is a lot of information and it's very confusing. So anyway, thank you for your presentation. We'll give it a look over and see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Kenya Somoian.
Aloha, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Summer Gibson. I'm a Policy Director for Kupono Kaleo Oka'aina. My background is in doing research papers on housing policy for Hawaii. I've written papers for the state and county level. And I guess I'm here because I've been working with the residents of Waipoli for about a year, so they can try to find a way to stay on the island of Kauai. And they have had a lot of questions about where they will be relocated to, because currently there are not 80 units available in Kauai that are in the same income category as what they're paying now in Waipoli. So as I've been coming to these hearings to learn more about the issue, I have to say, number one, I'm very impressed that all of you are here as a volunteer basis trying to make these very big decisions on a $1.2 billion budget. And I have to say, I personally think it's a lot to try to make sense of something that's written in like 8-point font in a comment section within a 500-page submittal that was, I believe, made available to people just a few days ago. I mean, for you all to carry this very, very important kuleana of $1.2 billion of spending and all of these thousands of lives, and to be given just a few days and having to read a comment section with like 8-point font that I was trying to make sense of for a couple days. And I think we've all been, I mean, this presentation that just happened was amazing. And to think all of these people are doing this as a volunteer, I don't know if this is the best public process for how to spend this amount of money impacting this amount of lives. So, you know, I started attending these meetings about Waipoli and what will these people at Waipoli, where will they go? And now I'm wondering, how are we making decisions on $1.2 billion worth of spending, right? So I'm not sure, I'm new to DHHL processes, so I don't know if this is the normal process for how decisions are made. I have not been coming to these meetings regularly like all of you have, but I guess that's my concern, is how we are making these decisions. Thank you.
Next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm going to speak about C4. And I'd like to say that Kauai High, since it's not, oh, you want to look at me? I don't want to look at me. I look so old. Maybe later. Thank you. But Kauai High started off as an accelerated program, just like the commissioner said. And our problem here is water. In fact, that's what Kauai High means. You got to fight for water. Oh, I noticed my commissioner is leaving. He's not interested. Okay. So just so all of you know. Yeah, you're telling a tale. Okay, so.
Get one extra for Anthony.
Okay, well, that should tell the story, right? So we got to fight for water. Now, Kauai High was not involved in all of this, not because of us, but because the department decided they don't need to take care of us. You guys gave us the highest charge in water rates. We have plans that we want to put in a kupuna housing for our kupuna in this district. We have plans for transitional housing so that these people can look for their leases, land, not apartment buildings. But we, the association, way back when we had the accelerated program and we didn't have infrastructure, the association went and built our own transitional housing until our people could get on their land. So we know that system works. We know that the kupuna housing program that the association did works. It's a success that they've expanded from Kuhio Village in Waimea all the way to Hilo and all the way to Kona. That is our project. All we need in Kauai High now is the water so that we can make those projects happen. But you guys ended up taking away the subsidy, which is what we can use with all of these monies that you guys get. Because we pay 6 times more than the county rates everybody else got to pay for. You guys are making us homeless. You guys are making us waitless. The goats in the watershed have more benefits than the homesteader. The homeless people that live in Hawaiian homelands, in the open field, get chance to live on Hawaiian homes. They don't pay taxes. They don't do this. They don't do that. They're on the highway. And they live on Hawaiian homes for free because we have food from the ocean. We have food from the farm lots. We are sustainable, but we were not included in any consideration for these monies. And if you guys have any funding that can help us with the water, that's what we need, is the water. But the department, even now, they're doing our planning, the regional plan, they forgot to put us in the island plan. So now we gotta go backwards. You cannot get the process unless you go backwards. So if you're talking about, you gotta follow the process and all this monies you guys are, it's not our fault. You guys never make the island plan. You guys made one plan, you never put us in. You guys made the Lalamilo water tank, you guys never put us in. We had the water all set up. As community people, we joined all the advisory groups. We took the old Uli well back. We were set up for Hawaiian homes to give us water. All we needed was the money for the transmission lines. Now the hotel and all the millionaires that live around us buy the water. They buy the lead. So that resource is good. Little by little, we are losing our resources because the department didn't consider us. And so I'm saying that we need to be considered so that we can help Act 279. But first, we need the water. That will start the process for Kauai High in everything else. That's all I got to say. Thank you for all your time and all this. You guys had a long day. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Anthony, I wasn't walking on you, promise. Just grabbing some water. I was gonna save this part for tomorrow, the geothermal portion, but we had a meeting last week with Lily and we are gonna update the Hawaii Island plan. And I promise you'll be there and Kauai High will be there as well. As far as the water issues, I'm still educating myself on a lot of the water sources. I spent the day at Keawe'awai with the Kohala Center at the two water sources that run through their property. Also educating myself on climate change and how climate change is affecting the Ike up in the mountains and the, God, how do I say this? Native species of plants that are conserving water and contributing to the aquifer, as opposed to the invasive species that are potentially contaminating the aquifer. So we are working to try to find a solution. Again, educating myself on different water sources on that side of the island. And yeah, I understand it's an issue. As far as the agreement you folks have with Kohala Ranch and Bob Acree and them, I still don't understand how that agreement came into place years and years and years ago. But I have had a lot of conversations with Andrew, and I don't want to call him up to the microphone right now. I think he's tired and a long day. But we are in constant conversation on how to help.
Thank you. Malani Jandel.
All I can say, Mr. Commissioner, is I'm the one that did that. I was the president that time, so I did that. Thank you.
Hello, Mike Kako. I know it's been a long day, and so I'm Homilani Shadell. Mahalo, Commissioners. Mahalo, Chair, for allowing me this opportunity. Okay, so I first want to start off by, I know I heard the word apology earlier, but I do want to apologize to you all for my expressing my passion last month and the way I was very upset. And what upset me most after I left the meeting was that the most important thing I wanted to say to you all is that the special meeting should have been held on Kauai. And it should have been held on Kauai because it would provide our beneficiaries the opportunity to share their mana'o, and it wasn't. And to me, that was a travesty. As I sat here today, I sat very quietly, and I had no intention of coming up today. But listening to C4 brought some very difficult feelings. I know we've talked about LIHTC. I heard the gentleman here from the planning department, who I'm not quite familiar with other than with Andrew. I had an opportunity a few weeks ago to be on Kauai because my cousin was passing. And so I had an opportunity to stay at another cousin's home in Anahola. And what I want to share with you is that his daughter, who lives in Pi'ilani Mai Kekai, when we were talking about homestead, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, the department, she said, Auntie, do you know that the infrastructure in Pi'ilani Mai Kekai has been here for 8 years and there's no more houses that's being built or have been built? And I said, what? I was just at a meeting and we were talking about Waiopuli. And you're telling me that we already have infrastructure in Anahola at Pi'ilani Mai Kekai that has just been sitting for 8 years. How does that happen? How can you possibly sit here and not consider to utilize the funding that's available to us to look at those properties? Because that's what I think the first pig did. They looked at everything that was available, that was almost shovel ready. I sat here in front of our prince's portrait in January, February, and March of last year. Those of you who were on the commission at that time, other than Mr. Freitas, Ms. Marfell, Walter, you heard me. I know you heard me. I had great concerns about the governor's choice to sit in that chair because it was important to me that we move Act 279. The work had been done. And here we are, a year later, still talking about these funds for Act 279. I don't get it. A year later, I spent 3 months preparing for testimony here because I was concerned about the governor's pick. When Kali was nominated, I thought, okay, number one, Kali was a former director, former chair, and he is a developer. He'll push 279. But I'm dumbfounded. I really am. Because now it's like, we wasted, I feel like, I hope not, but I feel badly for the staff because now they've had to go back and redo some work when we already had a plan. Why couldn't we have just gone forward with the plan? I'm not a planner, I'm not an engineer, I get that. But we have been wasting time we don't have. And we're looking at 3 months down the road. Encumbering the money, it was already done. But now we're looking at shifting funds. And LIHTC, now there's projects with LIHTC. You all heard me last month how I feel about that. And I'm going to tell you all straight up. Mark Development is not a good developer for LIHTC. You heard a member of my community who came on his own to speak to that. You heard him tell you the horrors that they had to go through. LIHTC is not appropriate for 279 funding. And if at any time the department chooses to move forward with LIHTC, again, I would ask that the department look at a developer, and I don't know if there's any out there, really, who understand our people, who understand the way our people live. If you can imagine that my homestead is under a master plan development. We are under the villages of Kapolei. That's number one. And then for our people who were in the rent with option to purchase project, guess what? They were under it too. So it was very difficult for many of our people. And that's the kind of thing that I wish that you all would understand. If I could bring all 70 of those people here for you to listen to, I'm not opposed to LIHTC projects. What I'm opposed to is how the projects are run. And like I said last month, when that lady from Laiopoa, who is in a LIHTC project right now, started talking about what she's having to deal with the leaks and the repairs that need to be made. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to tell you guys to listen to. Is that what you want to give our people? The Waiopuli project, 15 years in already, 15 years more, we're going to give them a 30-year-old house that they're going to have to pay for. I'm frustrated. And for our staff, Andrew, if you're in the room, I would suggest in the future that if you have these types of presentations, especially with the Act 279, I think for me, I mean, God bless Jermaine for doing all the research that she did, because I just wouldn't have done that. But if it could be put together, 279, 2022, and today's projects, match them up and tell us why this project can't go forward, but we're replacing it with this project. Like, what is the pros and cons of it? So that you all have the information that you need to make the right choice for our people. Because in the end, that's all we're asking you to do. I heard something about a project in Kihei with the A and B Kamalani project, I believe. And I'm not sure, but the question that comes to my mind is, will this project, if it moves forward, will it be part of that project? Similar to what we are dealing with, or that we live in, I live in Maloahai, does it come under a master plan project? Because now you're talking about a whole different situation for our people. Because as a lessee, I have to pay monthly dues to the villages of Kapolei under the master plan. I personally don't have a problem with it because there are benefits to it. But guess what? A lot of our people do have a problem with it. And that's the kind of stuff I'm not hearing. Like, what is this project? It's not just about building homes, people. It's about building the lives that our people will move into. I get the people on Kauai don't want to live in a box. My cousin has a beautiful property, and he has raised all kinds of plants. He can eat from his own yard, his backyard. I told him, oh, you got eggplant. I see eggplant. Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be good with pork, yeah. Guess what? The next day I had pork and eggplant. Not only that, he picked out some other stuff from his garden. And that's what we had for dinner. That's what our people are trying to tell you. Don't give them a box. They need a place where they can grow their food, where they can go and hunt, where they can go and fish and bring their food home. That's what we're asking for. That's all we're asking for. And I will ask you, because I do have Ohana and Molokai, don't forget them. They're as important, if not more so, because they have the least. Medical facilities, very difficult for them, very difficult. And if we can't even help our people on Molokai, then I ask each of you to question that. And in closing, I would just like to say, by the way, for Kapolei, Kaupea was promised a park from the very beginning. Ka'ulo Kahai's Park, go back and look at the picture. Where is the majority of the homes at? Across the street from where the designated park is going to be. Do we really want our children crossing 4 lanes of traffic? I would think not. And if anybody else in this room is from Ka'ulo Kahai, then I'm not, but I'm going to use this time to say that needs to be moved. It needs to be moved closer so that our children are not having to cross 4 lanes of traffic to get to the park. Just like they have to now from Kaupea to cross Kapolei Parkway. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next person, Aloha Lani Smith.
Aloha. Aloha kako, Chair and Commissioners. Mahalo for this opportunity. I want to mahalo the hard work that was put forth. You know what, that's what it takes, the hard work to start the projects off. But I also want to share that I'm in opposition today for 2 projects. First, the C1 Anahola Kauai project. I echo the Kauai and Ni'ihau beneficiaries, their grave concerns. No apartments. Give them their land for future lots, but most of all, their legacy. Yeah. Second, C4. Can I ask that you guys put up the Kamalani in Kihei, that project up, so I can kind of go over that one, please? You guys have that, the map for the Kamalani project? Oh, I can't hear. Oh, 1 second. Oh, okay, thank you. Anyway, as it comes up, I want to share that area, I grew up in that area, and I'm here to save the lives if the soil and the air wasn't checked for contaminants. Now, I don't recall any beneficiary consultation for this project, or at least don't remember it at all. But because I have been against it, if I knew, I would have shared this with you folks then. But it needs extensive studies, because that phase right in front of it, when you look at the highway, Pi'ilani Highway, where you see B2, A2, these new land, or not land, but homeowners, they were forced to sign a disclaimer that they do not hold the developer or the previous landowners of the contamination. Okay, because we know, we grew up from that area. The realtors were our friend that shared that, and I couldn't believe my ears. So I looked at that and I'm like, whoa, we're right behind there. Now, I know in the past as resident, this is 100 years of pesticides and toxins in the land. And guess what? Monsanto is right next door, where you see increment 2 and 3, right in that sector is Monsanto. Excuse me. So another concern is not only the soil, but the wind that blows there. Man, we get dust storms sometimes. Yeah, and that goes all into people's homes. So I'm concerned about the soil and the wind. Now, that first phase again, it's sad because these people, we knew too, they signed the papers because they were desperate for homes. They needed to. They didn't care if they were going to get cancer in the future or anything. And I just want to share that, yeah? Hope it resonates. But to share, the Maui News had an article on Monsanto to plead guilty and paid $12 million for pesticides used. The company also stored banned pesticides on Maui and Molokai. This is in 2014. I'll read this little snip. In the 2019 case related to Pencap M. Monsanto pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor offense of unlawfully sprayed and banned pesticides on corn seed and research crops at its Valley Farm facility on Maui in 2014. That's right there where you see increment 1. Okay, excuse me. So I just wanted to bring this up because I don't want our Kanaka or our people get sick. And I'm hoping you guys did your studies on that because it's very critical at this point. And I don't want to think that we're going to be desperate, that we're going to sign our lives over for this. So I just want to bring that out and share that. If you guys haven't done it, I think you guys should really look into it. But thank you for your guys' time on this situation that I'm sharing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Kapua.
Chair, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, looking at this spreadsheet, Kamalani, did we already do the purchase for Kamalani? I'm trying to
No, we need
understand
the
what's here.
approval.
Huh?
We need to get the commission approved.
Oh, okay,
That's tomorrow.
thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Kapua Kalikoa Kamai.
Aloha. O wau ka puake I kua kamai no ka aina o pula pula ka apapa wai anai mai au nui loa mamake a ia o ko. Mahalo nui for all of you commissioners for volunteering and for continuing to be patient with us. Chair Watson, I do want to thank you, the commissioners, the PIG that put together this plan under which I was highly opposed to not having one of our more seasoned commissioners on it. Although I do appreciate that you folks did confer with them. I think they should have been on it so the conversations would have been more balanced. Because as I had been stressing, Chair Watson, everything you want is reflected in the staff's work, in the staff's presentation, and what is presented to our commissioners. If not for the commissioners that are catching on, which takes years to catch on, and thankfully to the active beneficiaries such as Blossom, that's been at it for quite a while, and Jermaine and Patty and all the others that come, and the newbies like Aloha Lani, myself, and Homelani, that's been there forever. If not for us starting to learn what is going on, our commissioners would continue to support what the director has put on the agenda. And that's because that is what is shared with them. Now, I imagine that our staffers inform you, Chair Watson, about the concerns
of your actions, of your plans, of your thoughts. But you're there for a reason, and you want to spend that $600 million. And I supported you at your confirmation hearing. Because like Homie just said, your history. But at the same time, I had concerns about your developer affiliations and whether you would be able to step back from that. I think it's evident that you haven't fully stepped. And it's evident in what has been presented to our commissioners. I think like the homesteaders, when we have a beneficiary consultation, they have 30 days. Actually, they have, I think, 45 days to review our beneficiary consultation. But when we bring it up to them, is it decided upon the next day? Or is it decided the subsequent month? So to put together this pig and to expect them to digest all of this in 1 week's time and 2 days of beneficiary concerns, aole pono, aole hiki, hewa pela. As has been mentioned by the wahine from Kauai. When we're talking about this type of monies, resources, and time, this process is not fun. And I think that's why us beneficiaries, and I speak primarily to the waitlisters, have been waiting for so long because we have not been served. We are put to the side for whatever reasons. You know, I was taking some notes about so much that has been said, and I appreciate all the staffers sharing. But if we're not paying attention, and if we're not helping you commissioners to make better sound decisions that not only serves your area, but serves all the waitlisters, young and old, we're not doing our work as well. And ours, like you, commissioners, is because we love, we appreciate our Prince Kuhio and what he did for us, so that 100 years later, we still have this aina. We still have first rights. And as to that first rights regarding the rentals, not that I oppose rentals outright, because for some of our beneficiaries, this is within their budget. This is acceptable to them. And in respect of the aunties from Kauai and all those that feel differently from me, I think some people won't mind paying that rent, knowing at the end of 15 years, they have that ability to pay and purchase that home. Whereas today, you can be displaced quicker than you know it. And our people are being displaced so quickly, too quickly. And right now, the urgency exists for us to protect our aina, to protect the trust. And so I think there's been mismanagement, and that's due to the mispriorities, the resources being redirected. So there have been plans set into place, contractors hired. That wasn't part of the original plan. That's part of the mismanagement. That's what we need to change. If you haven't gotten the approval from the commissioners and I don't know that you've done this, but please don't present to the legislators that the commissioners have approved it, when maybe it was only a pig, when maybe it was only a komike that agreed to it. Because when you say commissioners, that means all of you that were in attendance. And please don't change the process, which was mentioned earlier. That if you don't get it your way this time, we're gonna do a new meeting over the same items, you change a little bit. But make that change that's good to get the lessees off. And I know that you can still do it, Kali, because I would hate to throw a wrench, go back to my legislators, go back to that komike and say, I erred. I supported the wrong person. His intentions were not for the beneficiaries. How can I realistically expect the governor and all the other department agencies to give up monies when many of them have already lost monies this current year? So for us to expect or to anticipate 628 million within the next 2-3 years, it took the Nelson case for them to even get close to 28 million. It took them decades to settle on the Kalima case. That time of being fruitful, don't expect to see it. I love optimism. But let's be realistic. You know, Commissioner, no names. We all have projects. We all have our moku. We all know that we support those areas that we come from, or other areas that just sound like a great project, or maybe not a great project. Let's put the beneficiaries before our projects. By me speaking the way that I speak, I have a project. I can see me killing that project just by presenting to you. But I put the beneficiaries first. I'd like to do home loans so I can do rehabilitation. But I've been served. So I'll put the waitlisters first. So that's what I ask of all you commissioners. Irrespective of our projects, our first kuleana for this $600 million is to not only get, because that package was a variety. It had all of it: acquisition, it had multifamily homes, it had loans, it had rehabilitation, it had a full suite of services, our beneficiaries. But the packet that is being presented today gives false hope for too many, for too long. And a paper lease without a home is not going to provide the shelter that our people need. I thank you all. And I know God is with you all. Mahalo nui.
Okay, the last testifier, Jan Makepa.
Ole, I did not request to testify.
Okay. It's just information. Yeah, there's nothing. So that's that. Okay, the next item, C5 for information only, is a legislative update for 2024. Ori and Labor.
Aloha Commissioners, Oval Oriana Leao, Nahas, the Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C5 for information only, Legislative Update 2024. Mahalo nui for your time today. I know it's been a long day. As you recall, there were 12 total legislative proposals to be included in the governor's package for the 2024 regular session. Following your approval, the legislative proposals were reviewed by the Department of the Attorney General, the Department of Budget and Finance, the Governor's Policy Office, and the Governor. Next slide, please. 8 were included in the governor's administrative package, and the remaining 4 were introduced by legislators in the Senate and the House of the 2024 state legislature. The 4 that were excluded were mostly excluded due to budgetary constraints by the state because Maui is our primary focus. So what happened to our commission package? Next slide, please. Helui Kahi, relating to independent legal counsel. This proposal, as you recall, allows the Hawaiian Homes Commission to retain independent legal counsel to be paid by the state and use the services of the Attorney General as needed when the interests of the state and the commission are aligned. Senate Bill 2655, I'm happy to share with you all, passed unamended on January 30th by the Senate Committee on Hawaiian Affairs. As of February 5th, it has been referred to the Judiciary Committee and the Ways and Means Committee in the Senate. Hello, Elua. Oh, no problem. Relating to the Commission on Water Resource Management, House Bill 2219 was scheduled on February 8th and deferred. Hello, Kolu. Relating to housing, this proposal exempts any development of homestead lots or housing for DHHL from general excise and use taxes. Senate Bill 2654 passed with amendments, making it now SD1, and has been referred to the Ways and Means Committee. Hello, Eha. Relating to historic preservation reviews, this proposal allows DHHL to assume review of the effect of any proposed project on historic properties or burial sites for lands under its jurisdiction. Senate Bill 2653 passed with amendments on February 8th. And we also have a hearing scheduled for February 22nd at 10:05 a.m. for public decision-making only with our WAM committee. Now that's on the Senate side. On the House side, we also have HB 2029, which passed with amendments, making it HD1, and it has been referred to the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee on the House side. Number 5, relating to compliance on Hawaiian homelands. This proposal establishes a compliance and enforcement program within the DHHL to investigate complaints, conduct investigations, and cooperate with enforcement authorities to ensure compliance with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920 as amended and rules adopted thereunder, as well as all other state laws and rules and county ordinances on Hawaiian homelands. Senate Bill 2645 passed with amendments, making it now SD1, and has been referred to the WAM Committee and the Judiciary Committee. This public decision-making hearing will be on February 22nd at 9:46 a.m. Commissioner Awo had proposed this legislative proposal, and I was really pleased to have his support with other supporters, and their testimonies were awesome, so thank you. Helue Ono, relating to school impact fees. This proposal repeals the July 1, 2024 sunset of Act 197 Session Laws of Hawaii 2021 to make permanent the exclusion of housing development developed by DHHL from school impact fees. Unfortunately, there were no hearings scheduled for this legislative proposal. Helu Ehiku, relating to DHHL. This proposal allows for the expenditure of funds appropriated in Act 279, Session Laws of Hawaii 2022 until June 30th, 2025. This is also known as our lapse fix bill. It was heard in both the Senate and the House, and it passed as SB 3109, SB 2921, and also as HB 2420. The House bill will be heard again by the Finance Committee on Thursday, February 22nd at 11:30 a.m. Helu Evalu. Also relating to DHHL, this proposal requests an appropriation of $6 million for the next steps in the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. Senate Bill 2650 is now an SD1 that has been referred to the Ways and Means Committee. Eloiva, relating to the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation. This proposal would add the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chair's designee to HHFDC. It passed unamended as SB 3110 and is referred to the WAM committee. Heluumi, relating to HCDA. This proposal, very similar, would add the chairperson or the chair's designee to HCDA. This bill was scheduled for February 7th and unfortunately was deferred. Heluumi Pumakahi, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This proposal increases the loan limit for DHHL direct loans to 75% of the maximum single residence loan amount allowed in Hawaii by the FHA instead of 50% as currently outlined in Section 215 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This bill passed unamended as SB 3112 and has been referred to the Judiciary and WAM Committee. It also passed as SB 2646. And on the House side, it passed unamended as House Bill 2218 HD1. That report has been adopted and referred to the Finance Committee. And then last but not least in our commission package, also concerning the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, is Umikumalua. This proposal increases the allowable loan term for DHHL direct loans made available to be 40 years instead of 30 years, as currently outlined in Section 215 of the HHCA. This passed unamended in the Senate as SB 3113 and SB 2647, and they were both referred to the Judiciary and WAM Committee in the Senate. Now, there were a number of other bills also related to DHHL that we submitted testimony for, and these are some of the bills that passed. There were other bills that we submitted testimony for that didn't pass, but this is the majority of the ones that did. And for all of the bills in our package that passed and were referred to a committee, we have already submitted a memo humbly requesting a hearing. And with that being said, I'm available for questions.
Any questions?
Quick comment. Oriana, all of the bills were referred or have short referrals. So were they all of ours like that? And is that routine for all of the bills? Because in the past, if the legislature didn't really like the bills, they would have several referrals, but ours are all short. So that's a good sign. That was just a question. That's a very good sign, actually. Thank you.
Thanks for always helping this. We got a lot of work at this thing, and thank you guys very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Okay, agenda item D1, HSD status report. On this informational.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Juan Garcia with the Homestead Services Division. I'm the administrator. Again, D1 is for your information only. We are presenting to you the various reports, which includes the homestead lease and application numbers. I just want to highlight the lease count as of February 1st is 10,045 leases, which includes or which reflects the 24 of the 25 kahiki nui leases that were awarded recently. As noted in previous months, the application report includes additional information with regards to the breakdown of the applications statewide, and it's broken down per island as far as the application types, specifically agricultural, pastoral, and residential lots. And there's additional information with regards to the applicants that represent the total application. So on page 5 of D1, there's a total of 29,451 applicants that currently represent 47,075 applications, or 47,086 applications statewide. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them. If not, if you come up with any questions tomorrow, I'll still be here tomorrow. So I know it's been a long day.
Okay. Hallelujah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Think about it overnight.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, what is it, G3? It's a long one, huh? Draft Hawaii Regional Plan update. How long is it?
I'll make it short.
Short, okay.
Item G3 is for information only. Staff wanted to present a draft Kauai High Regional Plan update to brief the commission on the progress of updating the Kauai High Regional Plan. With me today, I have Louis Makaiwa, who is the department's Hawaii Island Planner.
Aloha nui, commissioners. I will try to be as brief as possible. We have item G3. This is the draft of the Kauai High Regional Plan update. We'll be coming before you folks again with the final, so this one is for information only. You can see the 2010 version up here on the presentation. We're hoping that 2024 will be the next version of the Kauai High Regional Plan. Next slide. Briefly going through the planning process and the timeline, we began with a leadership meeting. So it was August 23rd in 2023. We started with a beneficiary consultation number 1, September 27th, 2023. Beneficiary consultation number 2, October 18th, 2023. Following that, we did a priority project selection polling period. I'll talk about that in just a minute. That was open until November 15th. Since then, we've been working on putting this draft together. We are here before you today, February 2024, and next week we will be doing beneficiary consultation number 3 with the Kauai High community. We'll also be coming before you folks again, hopefully in May, at the commission meeting with the final document and asking for commission adoption. Next slide. I wanted to briefly cover the outreach that we utilize for this. Main thing at the top is all the different modes of outreach. 1, we have a website. We do postcard mailings to the beneficiaries of Kauai High. Mahalo to ICRO for all of the assistance with that. We do email announcements and reminders ahead of all of the beneficiary consultations. And we also sought assistance from the Homestead Association, Mahalo to Kailapa Community Association, who helped us quite a bit. For the meeting series, it is designed as, cumulative meetings. Beneficiary consultation number 1, we talk about values, vision, issues, concerns. Beneficiary consultation number 2, we confirm a draft vision, we confirm values, and we began discussing what a priority project list might look like and get down to a finalized list. Beneficiaries in Kauai High had 7 projects total, and those went out to the community during a polling process. The polling process, folks could participate via hard copy mailer. They could scan a QR code and have an online Google form way to vote. They could also call. We had a telephone number, we had an email. And so as many methods as we could to try to get as much beneficiary participation as possible. We know that beneficiary consultation can be challenging with regional plans and with planning efforts in general. So we did our best to do something a little bit different. The next step is the beneficiary consultation number 3, and that's where we're bringing the draft to the community folks for comments. So we're here today for any comments you folks might have. We also are going to be going to the community for any comments that they might have. All of those will be incorporated into the plan or addressed in some way, and then we will bring the final. Next slide. Briefly, the vision is in the center. Ehu Ehu Ikapono is carried over from previous planning efforts of Kauai High folks. They've identified 6 different community values that guide them. Next slide. Priority projects. I wanted to speak, Auntie Jojo mentioned about water being a primary concern. That's reflected in the voting. So we had 189 postcard mailings, so 189 lots that went out to folks in the Kauai High region. And that's not just Kailapa Homestead, that's inclusive of Kauai High Makai, the folks who are Makai of Konipule. Out of that, we had 105 participants in the priority project selection, which is the most that I've ever experienced. Of those, we had 69 that were beneficiaries, and the remaining were other members of the homestead. You can see that of the priority projects that were selected, the 5 different projects, the project that received the most votes was water, received 240 votes. All participants had a total of 5 votes they could give, and they could vote for one project more than once, depending on how they felt about it. If you total up the other 4 projects, it totals to 243 votes. So you can see that a heavy, heavy priority is on water. Next slide. Briefly covering the next steps. We're here today with this draft. We're going next week on February 28th to the community again to solicit comments. Following that, there's a 30-day comment period after the beneficiary consultation, and we have all of those different ways where they can participate. They can participate online, they can participate via email, telephone call. And then once we collect all that information in April, we'll be incorporating all of that into the final, coming before you folks again in May, when this commission is in Kona for the meeting. Next slide. That's all that I have.
That was fast. Thank you. Oh, one more. Agenda item G4, for information only, status update on planning implementation in the Ewa Moku region. I think one. Oh, Andrew.
Commissioners, this item will be presented at the Kapolei community meeting this evening. The staff report is in your binder. If you have any questions on the staff's report, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Just real quick, back to Kailapa, Auntie Jojo. So the water, I noticed there's cost infrastructure issues of water. Have we come up with some kind of a solution that's okay, or it suffices, or?
Good question. So getting into it, I don't want to get too far into it, but the water project has 3 primary components. One, provide affordable potable water to Kauai High homesteaders. This is mostly for Kailapa, as Kauai High Makai folks are on the county system. Provide options for non-potable water to be used for agricultural or irrigation purposes. And finally, to find a new water source for the water system currently supplying potable water to Kailapa. As it's many components, I think the implementation action steps that we have suggested vary in order to address the different components. I did want to mention that based on kind of past actions and past studies that have happened, the primary components of what we're calling the implementation action steps, so the goals, are to, 1, reassess the DHHL water billing rates to see if they can provide more affordable potable water to Kailapa homesteads on the DHHL Kauai High water system. 2, find a new water source for the water system currently supplying potable water to Kailapa. For that one, there was a water study that was completed in 2015 by RM Towell that analyzes and even puts cost estimates to a variety of different options. The primary goal for this would be to go out
again, to the community with those specific options to get better understanding what options the beneficiaries would prefer the department to put their resources to. It's not small resources that are needed, and so I think more beneficiary consultation is needed in selecting the most appropriate option. And additionally, the same pursuit of figuring out how to provide different options for non-potable water. I think we do need more beneficiary input, but we also need to compile all of the studies that we have so far, because there's a lot of good options and a lot of good pathways. It should be the beneficiaries that can help us to understand where the resources should go, and this commission to help kind of push us along those pathways.
So these potential solutions will take them off of the Kohala Ranch water supply, for lack of better words.
That, yes, there are a variety of options, yes.
And they're not cheap options either, some of them, right?
None of them, unfortunately.
So in the near, so, you know, the other way to look at the water priority project in the regional plan is there's a short-term option that we're looking at, which is looking to reassess the department's billing rate for the Kawaihae water system. Since you folks are commissioners and you are the trustees, knowing that if we do subsidize or provide a higher subsidy to the users on the system, it does come at the expense of the department. But it is something that we've heard constantly, and I'm sure you're aware of that, Commissioner Freitas, that the water billing in Kawaihae, at least for some families, are not affordable and seriously threaten their ability to reside in their home. So again, the short-term solution that we're looking to study more is reassessing the department's water billing rate for the Kawaihae water system. And then the long-term option is this capital improvement project that we want to come to consensus with the community on which water project, which water option the department should put its limited resources to. I think there have been numerous water options ideas thought of over the years, but it's time to finally say this is the option that the department should put its resources to.
Thanks for your guys' help, appreciate it.
Yeah, this might also be the time to go after that funding for some kind of water system with the feds. So talk to Gigi. Hopefully you guys will get and identify the best approach. Let's go in for some funding. Okay. We've come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating, especially the commissioners. You know, I definitely appreciate all your volunteer work. We will be serving dinner at the community meeting. Starts at 6:30 at the Kapolei Middle School, 91535 Kapolei Parkway, right up the street here. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30. We are recessed for the day.